στη μέση του πόντιου. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ξεκινάμε. Καλημέρα.
Good morning. It's good to be with you after such a long time. On behalf of the Managing Authority, Interreg 2021-2027, we would like to welcome you at this event, the title of which is Seas of Synergies. This is an event aiming at publicizing the outcomes of funding and financing within the context of ADRION and MED programs during the programming period 2014-2020. Amongst our objectives, we also aim to showcase synergies that have already happened, all those that will be made possible during programming period 2021-2027. And of course, our objective, among others, is to underline the strength of synergies and cooperation between and amongst different member states faced with common challenges and common problems. All of us who've worked for today's event to happen would like to extend our thanks to the Special Secretariat for European Regional Development Fund and Cohesion Fund programs of the Hellenic Ministry of Economy and Finance. We would like to thank the Secretariat for being there and for helping us out put this event together. Let us also thank the ladies of the MED and ADRION programs who are gracing us with their presence, meaning Mrs. Branioti and Mrs. Karvelis. Let us also extend our thanks to the speakers who have accepted the invitation we extended to them. Despite the pressing deadlines, we have to be honest about the fact that we were pressed for time, and let us also thank the moderators in advance. Of course, we would like to thank each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this event and for participating in it. Having said that, and without further ado, let us proceed with the welcome addresses. And so let me give the floor to Mrs. Matilde Konstantopoulou, EUS AIR Deputy National Coordinator for ESI Funds, Project Coordinator, Facility Point, Greece, Ministry of Economy and Finance. Over to you, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Tameli. It goes without saying that the Special Secretariat for European Regional Development Fund and Cohesion Fund programs, which is in essence the supervisor of ours, meaning that they are supervising and overseeing the activities of the MA 2021-2027. It's always there by the side of the beneficiaries as well, and so it's a great pleasure to have the various sectoral programs and projects and to also have to manage the Interreg projects. They have their specificities, their own dynamics, their own orientation. They have certain particularities which are interesting. I will be speaking on behalf of Mr. George Zervos, who unfortunately is unable to attend. Something came up late last night, so I will read his address, and he prays to be forgiven. He apologized for not being able to be here with us, and I will stick to what he said. He says, and I quote, "Dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, representatives of various entities that are helping the implementation of Interreg, MED and ADRION programs and projects. For my part, let me also welcome you to this event for MED and ADRION programs for 2014-2020, which is organized by MA 2021-2027, the objective of which is to capitalize on the outcomes and the achievements of the programs that happened in the context of these two transnational programs. So we're talking about seas of synergies. This is the title of today's event, meaning the Adriatic Sea, the Ionian Sea, the Mediterranean Sea in general, the seas which are part and parcel of the broader Mediterranean. And we wish to take stock of what we've done, what we've managed to implement, and how we work together. Seas of synergies, seas of cooperation. These were projects that happened through the funding of these programs. Your presence was dynamic, it was clear, it was succinct, it was productive. We are going to lend an ear to what the beneficiaries have to say. They will be making brief presentations of the projects. We are not going to just listen to what was positive about the implementation. We want really to find out about the challenges that you were up against, the problems, and how you managed to overcome all the problems in order for you to have a successful wrap-up. Beneficiaries, the commitment thereof, and the material and, of course, the human resources that were invested in order to achieve our goals and to bring these projects to a successful conclusion, prove that there is strength in working together. And this also proves that we are extroverted countries, while putting things in perspective for 2021-2027. As we speak, we have paved the way for the new programming period, which is already underway. So through these programs and projects, we are not just going to have successful projects and programs, but we are also creating new initiatives. We are creating new partnerships, and we look forward to how all of that will be generally used in the context of Greece, not just in the strict context of the projects as such, wherever they happen. Our ministry is certainly promoting the active involvement of Greek entities and beneficiaries in synergistic programs and transnational programs and cooperation schemes. And let me at this point also insist on the fact that the ministry covers 75%, meaning we give 75% of the advance payment, that is the national chunk, the participation, in order for you at the start of the projects to have immediate cash flow for your expenses. And so the outcomes that are going to be shared with us today indeed reflect our joint goal, our shared goal to have a creative, a dynamic European sphere. Let me commend and congratulate all the beneficiaries which have been involved in the two transnational programs that we're going to present to you today, and they have helped further connect and interconnect Europe, enhancing communication, improving cooperation, and certainly improving the daily lives and the quality of lives of our fellow citizens in the European Union. I can only hope and wish that we will continue to create things together. Let us promote the cohesion of Europe in every possible way, and I'd like to wish you all the best and success in today's event. Thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. Thank you, Mrs. Konstantopoulou. And over to Mrs. Karayani, who's the head of Unit A, Managing Authority, Interreg 2021-2027. Good morning. As Mr. Melis said, I'm indeed the head of Unit A, Managing Authority, Interreg 2021-2027. And so amidst and among our capabilities, we are also the national authority for 6 transnational cooperating programs, 2 of which are actually the ones we will be talking about today, meaning MED 2014 or Euromed 2014-2020 and ADRION. So it's a great pleasure, and I'm happy to be welcoming you today in Athens for the Seas of Synergies Day event, which concerns the capitalization of projects happening within the scope of MED and ADRION programs 2014-2020. We will be capitalizing on the best practices and the outcomes of these programs. in order for us to create strong foundations for policies that will be aiming at changing the situation in the Mediterranean area when it comes to innovation, sustainable growth, low carbon emissions, energy efficiency, and also protection of natural and cultural resources. Our collaboration and synergies in programs and projects will allow for taking advantage of coupling schemes in order for us to come up with better solutions and best practices to provide solutions in issues that are pertinent to and concern the Mediterranean region, and more specifically the Adriatic and Ionian seas and the Mediterranean. So during the past programming period for both programs, we had very positive responses on the part of the Greek beneficiaries, and this was something that made us very happy. Let me be specific. When it comes to the MED program, we had 117 projects in 2014-2020, in which 187 Greek partners participated. In 15, they were also lead partners, the Greeks. Overall, 34 million euros were invested. For Euromed, that is the new programming period, 2021-27, the future augurs well. Already, we have 82 beneficiaries from Greece. I'm talking about 58 projects. The lead partners in 12 are Greek, and the total budget so far is 22,600,000 euros. Which brings me to ADRION. And the previous programming period, 2014-2020, we had 91 projects in total. 88 Greek beneficiaries participated in the programs, and the Greek participations in those projects, were 131. And we got funds coming to Greece amounting to 21 million euros. As concerns the current programming period, the dynamic presence and the interest of the Greek partners is still there. It's still strong in the new programming period, because in the framework of the first call for ADRION, we are not done just yet. Out of a total of 222 proposals, 62 already have Greek lead partners, and in total we have 292 Greek participations or partnerships. Now, according to the evaluation so far, the assessment is expected to be ready sometime in the start of 2024, and we are certain that the Greek presence will still be quite dynamic and strong, and most importantly, it will be efficient and effective after all. And in the framework of the managing authority for Interreg, since we are also the national contact point and the national authority for transnational cooperating programs, and in particular with regard to Euromed and ADRION, we will continue to provide active and similar support to the Greek beneficiaries during the new programming period, and I think we managed to do that adequately enough during the past programming period. Having said that, let me extend my thanks to you for listening to me, and I'd like to wish you all the best. And thank you for attending this event. Thank you, says the moderator. Thank you, Mrs. Karayani, for providing us with the overview, and elaborately so, of the Greek participation in the transnational cooperating programs. And let us now give the floor to the representatives of the MED and ADRION programs. Mrs. Karvelis is head of project unit Interreg Euromed Joint Secretariat. Mrs. Karvelis will be presenting to us the achievements and the core outcomes of the 2014-2020 programming period. She will be sharing with us content and implementation data for 2021-2027. Mrs. Karvelis, over to you.
I'm very happy to be here in Athens for this event. Well, actually, there are two working languages for this program, that is English and French. So I would like to apologize in advance for my Greek because I will be presenting this overview in Greek. You all know very well that a capitalization event is a very important one. So during this event, we will be able to jointly present the outcomes and results pertaining to this program and the other one. Now, as regards the program 2014-2020, we know that it has contributed a lot to sustainable development in this area, in this region. So you can see a snapshot of this result, says the speaker. And there are specific strategic priorities, that is the environment, innovation, the society, as well as governance, in order to define a transnational mission and framework for the governance in the Mediterranean. So this has allowed us to identify and implement strategies, approachment policies in various thematic priorities in this area and across all the regions. So there were 11 calls for proposals launched between 2015 and 2021, and we had the adoption of 142 projects. The first one started in 2016, and by December 2022 we had the completion of all the projects. Now, we have had the completion of projects with an absorption rate of 98%, which is a huge absorption rate as regards transnational projects. So indeed, this is an achievement to be credited to the partners, the lead partners, the national secretariats, and the coordinating authorities overall. So this has been a difficult endeavor because we had to address the COVID pandemic period as well. So many events and a lot of communication took place on the web. However, thanks to an excellent coordination, we managed to meet our targets at the level of the physical object as well as the economic object. So all projects have been completed. We have reached, that is, the closure of the projects, and we are in the process of making the payments. So thanks to those projects, to a large extent, they involved statutory, regulatory, private sector entities, stakeholders and partners. So at various levels and at various sectors, we have collaborated in order to meet challenges in the regions. So more than 400 partners that worked together in this programming period. You know that ever since 2007, which was the first programming period for this program, the effort has been placed on the objective to promote all the synergies that we have achieved with the participation of partners and member states in order to contribute to the sustainable development of all the regions. So already as of 2010, we started the capitalization actions and events. Of course, today we will have the chance to present much of this work with or without the participation of Greek partners. Of course, it's not possible to promote all actions and all events in such a capitalization event. However, we have identified, let's say, some exemplary events in order to showcase what we have achieved at the transnational level. You can also look up on our website, specifically in the library, in the digital library of our website, to be informed on the stories around our projects. And also at the level of some projects, we have created a toolbox as well as analysis as to how this achievement, if you like, can be conveyed from one entity body to another, from one beneficiary body to another beneficiary body, and benefit from that. So, as I already said, already in 2010 we had our first capitalization event, and we developed thematic communities. Therefore, we succeeded in perpetuating the framework and the foundation for an effective output implementation in various regions in this program, but also outside the program, because we work, if you like, with the northern part of the Mediterranean, that is EU member states and Balkan countries. However, the outcomes have actually had an impact to the southern part of the Mediterranean via the collaboration at the level of this program and via the collaboration among different partners participating in the projects, that is. Of course, this is a time-consuming process, and it requires effort, persistence, patience, but it also requires tools. So this is what we create, and this is what we improve from one programming period to the other. So this is how we have entered the programming period 2021-27. So tapping on your experience as partners, we as coordinating secretariat and managing authorities, and in collaboration with other bodies and entities, we have set up a different framework, a mature framework, I would say. And indeed, we believe that from capitalization, we will reach to the upgrade of the outcomes. And the objective is always to have a greater impact on the regions, on the partners, on stakeholders involved in the program. Now, I do not know which ones of you have already been a part in the new call of proposals for 2021-27. Perhaps some of you are not very much aware of all the necessary information about this new programming period. So we'll make a brief overview. So we have 14 regions. So we have the North Macedonia region, as well as new regions from Spain, and 14 countries. So we want to meet the overall target and the specific objectives of this program, with the ambitious goal towards a climate neutral, resilient society transition around various missions, as we put it. And there is a mission and a wider objective which goes beyond each and every specific objective that is stated at the level of the Interreg provisions regulations. So each project, with its specific objectives and outcomes, when seen together, are part and parcel of a broader mission, if you like, and objective. This is the overall philosophy of ours. So we have created two types of projects: the thematic projects and the governance projects. The thematic ones contribute to the priorities towards a smarter and greener Mediterranean, whereas the governance one contributes to a better governance for the Mediterranean area. So what have we achieved so far? Because, of course, this is the closure of the previous programming period, but we already have the opening, if you like, and the launch of the current programming period ever since 2022, when we had the approval of this program. So for the governance projects, from the beginning of 2023, there are 4 projects that refer to the thematic communities of projects based on thematic priorities. That is, they will be assessed, analyzed, and develop the specific tools so that there is the appropriate transfer. And there are also other projects that, based on the results, we will be able to develop a consultation, a dialogue, if you like, in order to improve the governance around those governance projects in the Mediterranean. On our website, of course, there is a website specific for each mission, and you can identify all the important information around the projects and the actions. So already there is a very important participation on behalf of Greek partners, and the thematic projects. Already a first call of proposals has been completed. 56 projects have been adopted so far. Numerous projects are on the greener areas thematic mission, but also other thematic missions, smarter economy, cultural heritage, as well as tourism. Many test projects, and some projects which are about studies. Now, as you can see on the slide, all countries participate, all 14 countries participate, and yet again we have lead partners as well as partners from Greece, which means that Greece is a dynamic participant in the program. So you have gained the trust from partners abroad, both as lead partners as well as partners. This is very important because in the course of time we have, let's say, developed this relationship because there is a continuity. It is not a new start at the beginning of each programming period. Well, of course, there will be new proposals, new calls for proposals rather, for 2024. I cannot say anything more on that because the terms of references have not been finalized yet. However, last week it was finalized that there will be 2 calls for proposals in 2024, one for thematic projects around the 4 missions. We expect to have this call in March. More or less, it will be similar to the previous call, but with less thematic ones, because it will be, let's say, proportionate as to what was adopted in the previous call and what was not. And there will be another call for proposals for strategic territorial projects, both for studies and DSF transfers. But in order to respond, if you like, to some concerns, or to a concern rather, on territorial projects, but specifically dealing with a territorial issue, most probably waste management and water scarcity, either for rural and mountainous areas or for islands. So that could be either of the two. How to meet the challenges and the problems related to water scarcity on the islands, because we know that we need to come up with a specific solution and not a generic one for the islands, let's say. So this call for proposals will probably be launched in June. And of course, as I said, our website is abundant with information. There will be also announcements, online webinars. And of course, you can follow us on the social media to be further informed. That is all from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Skaravelis, as the moderator for this well-documented presentation. We are much more aware now of the previous period and of the current period. Now we will give the floor to Madam Vragnotti Coralia, who is the Communication Officer of the IPA ADRION program, and she will share with us the achievement of this program on the previous period and the perspectives for the new programming period. Good morning, my name is Coralia Vragnotti. As was said, I am the Communication Officer of the IPA ADRION program. First of all, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy that we have the chance to meet because there are some people with whom we have not had the chance to meet before. So we will say a couple of words about the previous program and a few words on the new IPA ADRION program. So starting from Interreg ADRION 2014-2020. So we have seen 8 countries joining forces under one objective. And what has been this objective? Of course, to support the implementation of projects of quality, which has been achieved, and also to prove that only via synergies and collaborations we can provide solutions and answers to the common problems, common challenges in our regions. Now, the particularity as regards this program is that among those 8 countries, except for Croatia, Slovenia, Greece and Italy, there are also countries that are not EU member states, such as Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Serbia. So this particularity, however, has also been the force and the strength in our program, because in the last years we have managed to enhance the collaboration with countries that are not EU member states. So we have contributed to the EU policies towards this direction. And we have managed to do so in what way? First, we want to have a strong communication bridges and based on that, strong collaboration bridges in order to enhance cohesion in the Adriatic and Ionian Sea areas. So the purpose was to mitigate and reduce inequalities in the region, because they existed via a funding program which involves both ERDF funds as well as IPA funds. So by leveraging those funds, the collaborations with non-EU member states were further enhanced and I would say motivated. Overall, we have had 5 calls for proposals. The first one in the year 2016 and the most previous one in June 2022. So with the valuable support by national focal points, we managed to organize more than 60 events, so webinars for the implementation, workshops, communication, one-day events. Overall, we have funded 87 projects on various axes, sectors and priorities, such as tourism, innovation, society, governance as well, with the involvement of 678 partners active in a wide spectrum of entities, the public authorities, sectoral areas, the private sector, higher education and research institutions, and other agencies and organizations as well. So we have contributed with the outcome of results at the level of various strategies, as is Europe 2020, which is about EU CER strategy, Europe 2020, excuse me, which is about smart, sustainable and inclusive growth. And of course, we have contributed to the EU strategy AIR as well, which is about the Western Balkans agenda on innovation, research, education, culture, youth and sport, as well as the digital and green strategy for the Western Balkans. More specifically now, our projects rather have supported through the outcomes and results achieved. So they have supported smart growth, smart development of the economy based on knowledge and innovation. So overall, and briefly, very succinctly, because it's not possible to convey all those outcomes in a presentation. So more than 500 enterprises of the green shipbuilding sector have been supported. We have actually developed an overall macro strategy on Greek economy. More than 25 networks have been developed. Also, our projects have tapped on state-of-the-art technology in order to facilitate transportation. So we have developed also tools and applications that can overcome obstacles in order to have faster transportation. Also, we have put to the use IT tools in order to facilitate ports in this area. So overall, 102 strategies and action plans. As regards supporting sustainable growth and promoting a more resource-efficient and greener economy, many projects of our program are involved, such as Porto di Mare and Project Harmonia, and we have had the involvement of master programs in various areas. So we have had 14 public electromobility points of charge to support regional ports. So indeed, the Adriatic and Ionian region is very rich at the level of culture, natural heritage, and sites. So a lot of our projects had to do with the promotion of the cultural and natural heritage sites. As a result, more than 90,000 visits on those sites took place, supporting the development of sustainable tourism. Now, as regards the inclusive development and inclusive growth and promotion of employment in an inclusive manner, the project C4Care and another project focused on this specific objective, so targeting the Roma population and the more senior citizens, if you like. So indeed, the outcomes and the results of our projects have been considerable and widely known. I would like to say that our further ambition is for those results to be reutilized, to be further valorized. So, bearing this in mind, we have developed a capitalization strategy with 11 clusters, grouping 54 projects and involving more than 400 organizations. Allow me to also add to that we have created videos, podcasts on those clusters, which are becoming, if you like, web streamed gradually, and the involved partners analyze and present rather the outcomes, and you can find all that under the category ADRION short stories. Now, Of course, another target group for our projects is the youth. So the fifth call of proposals targeted this specific group of the population on the students of the Adriatic Sea, of the Ionian Sea, in order to provide them with new skills, in order to provide them with certain upskilling and reskilling for them to move forward. So the fifth call has to do with the preparation of international master's programs in areas such as renewable energy, circular economy, blue economy, and innovation. So certainly ADRION operates in mainstreamed manner and in line with the EU SER strategy, and we have a prominent role in that. 143 events have been organized in the frame of this EU SER strategy, and they were supported by the Facility Point strategic project. Various ADRION events have taken place in parallel with this forum, and overall more than 700 participants took part. Now, a few words about the IPA ADRION 2021-2027. So we are in the beginning, however, we are growing. So it covers a larger geographical area. So we have San Marino and North Macedonia. The budget, of course, is larger, and the emphasis is on the environmental topics, and we promote synergies even more. The budget has been increased by 36%, so the total budget is at the level of 160.8 million euros. So it focuses, it is about Interreg funds, and 85% is the EU community funds percentage. Now, the identified topics and priorities, I will very briefly go over them. Most of you are aware of them. So the first priority is about innovation and skills acquiring. The second priority focuses on the environment and enhancing resilience against climate change, circular economy, protection against natural disasters. Third priority, smart mobility. And fourth priority, supporting the governance of the Adriatic Ionian region. The first call for proposals has been published, it ended end June. The overall fund was 65 million euros. It englobed all priorities and the specific objectives underneath those priorities. We think that the fact that we received more than 222 proposals was a huge success. The participation from Greek partners was considerable, at least 300 participations and proposals from Greek partners. As said earlier, we are at the phase of assessment, and the results are to be announced in the first months of 2024. Now, this ends my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Τίνα.
Thank you, Mrs. Bragnotti. This was an impressive stock-taking, impressive work volume, and the outcomes that are the result of synergies between and amongst the countries in the context of MED and ADRION are impressive. The macro-regional strategy of the Adriatic and the Ionian Sea has already been referred to in the context of ADRION. ADRION indeed is there to serve this Adriatic Ionian strategy, and it's funding a very important project of strategic importance. The facility point is actually supporting governance, the instruments of macroeconomic, macro-regional strategy instruments. So we have with us Mrs. Konstantopoulou, who is Advisor on European Territorial Cooperation, ETC. She's the Special Secretariat for the ERDF and CF program. She is the coordinator of the facility point. She is the representative of our country in this partnership scheme. Thank you. I was added to the agenda because I asked to address you and discuss the macro-regional strategy aspects, and Mrs. Bragnotti and Caterina have shared a few things with you, but let me ask you directly. Prior to receiving the brochure, did you know about the macro-regional strategy? Were you aware of this notion previously? Please raise your hands. Something was said off mic. We regret not being able to interpret. It turns out that, says the speaker, it's more than I originally expected, but still you are fewer than what I hoped for. So let me embark on a brief presentation of this macro-regional strategy before I discuss the facility point. The macro-regional strategy is, of course, a strategy meaning that there's no money in it, there's no institutions, there's no legal or institutionalized framework in place in the European arena. This was the result of a diplomatic initiative. This was the Adriatic-Ionian initiative. Italy was heading that, and this initiative eventually grew into a strategy, and in order for it to be able to be independent, and I'm very cynical and straightforward, it expected to be supported by a fitting program. There was the Adriatico 2007-2013 program back then, and so when the strategy started materializing in 2014, we were embarking on a new programming period. There were new programs, and so Adriaticon became ADRION 2014-2020. So our objective, or rather, let me rephrase that, in order for the strategy to be understood when it began, we told people, if you want to implement this strategy, the easiest way for you to do so would be for you to go to the ADRION program, and then the strategy is supported by the axis of the program. We are talking about environmental protection, sustainable tourism, the green economy, and we're also talking about interconnecting the region. The strategy started in the vicinity of the Adriatic and the Ionian Sea. So we're talking about the sea basin, if you will. That's how it began, and it was, amongst others, aiming to remove the remnants of the war from the Adriatic Sea. How can I say that in Greek, says the speaker, wondering out loud. They wanted to remove the mines and all the ammunition that was dropped into the Adriatic Sea. Eventually it grew, it expanded, it also encompassed states that are not exactly literal, which brings me to the last bit of it. In 2023, as we speak, the strategy is being revised, and now it encompasses San Marino and North Macedonia too. So the strategy is becoming more pro-communication, and it's introduced, in addition to transport, energy, tourism, the green economy, also social issues have been encompassed. Now, we want to help youth and youth organizations, amongst others, and in order for this strategy to be supported, as we said, we have the new ADRION, IPI ADRION. Geographically speaking, it coincides, its axes coincide with the strategic axis and pillars, and the last axis, as you heard before, provides funding for macro-regional strategic projects. We had one, the facility point, that was a strategic project technical assistance, if you will, aiming to assist and aid macro-regional strategy. The facility point funded some ideas and some studies, ideas that could possibly evolve through time into sustainable projects in order for them to be eventually funded via ADRION. And the facility point also funded the moving around, meaning the meeting of the steering committee. This is the supreme authority. It comprises the ministries of foreign affairs and our own ministry. We have 2 people from each ministry times the countries, and we have the GB, as I said before, then the national coordinators and the thematic steering groups. The budget for 2014-2020 was 11.5 million euro. It was all ours, meaning that it was used up for the facility point, but there will be a change in that take in 2021-2027. We had an extension granted until October 2023. Now, let me talk about how ADRION, Interreg ADRION, supported the macro-regional strategy in practice, meaning through practical projects. The strategy developed certain iconic or landmark priorities based on the respective pillars and axes. They were very specific. They were designed by the experts. And these iconic priorities in stage 1 and before we come to the current programming period were reflected in the calls and the ad hoc objectives of each and every call. There were criteria and certain scoring to prioritize projects that really promoted the macro-regional strategy. We had 64 projects which impacted this strategy. The total budget for these projects was 59.7 million euros. I'm not going to tie you with statistical data. As you can see, there's a slide and a pie chart. So moving on, Greece is head of the green growth pillar, pillar 1. So 13 projects from the ADRION 2014-2020 indeed contributed to making the first pillar happen. Today we are honored by Ms. Vassilopoulou. She will be talking to us about Ariel, which was custom made, and it's really instrumental in the context of blue growth pillar. We will be elaborating on that next, but I'm sorry to say that, well, I was happy on one hand, but now I'm sad to say that according to what I have been reading about, and I can't find the piece of paper, says the lady, the Med was more instrumental in terms of promoting macro-regional strategies than the ADRION. And Interreg Med 2021-2027 is focusing more on the iconic strategic priorities of ours. They are mentioned and encompassed in even the ad hoc measures, the axes, the pillars, the objectives, everything. Everything aims to assist the macro-regional dimension, and of course Interreg Med is there to enhance and foster collaboration, cooperation and synergies. Picking up from where I left off, these are the Interreg Med 2014-2020 statistical data. We had more people from Greece, 90 projects for the 2014-2020 period, 15 for our own pillar, meaning blue growth. And again, we will have a presentation on the protected maritime areas, which is fully aligned with the blue growth pillar 1 of ours. In the new programming period, ADRION, under the governance pillar, supporting the macro-regional strategy, includes the facility point that was also there in 2014-2020. Now the budget thereof is lower. As Ms. Braniotti says, it's about 10 million of EU funds, and we are to support 3 projects. Greece and our ministry as such are involved in the facility point. Again, this is technical assistance to support these strategies. The second project is about a joint platform, a shared platform in order for partners to find one another, to work on proposals, to figure out what the strategy is all about, to work on proposals and eventually submit them. And the third chunk of our strategic projects concerns the support and development of ideas, meaning the maturing of proposals which will be coming after respective goals, and then the mature proposals eventually will be looking for you, you will be looking for them, so there will be some sort of matching between the two in order for you to submit your proposals whenever there are the forthcoming goals in the context of MED and ADRION. In essence, our goal is to further take advantage of the facility point network during the new programming period. The 2 transnational programs, we would like them to be more coordinated with the strategy and the implementing bodies. We want to have synergies, to have more communication and make this strategy, the macro-regional strategy, more visible. And we have the revised action plan. This is the trunk of our strategy, so this also has a communication plan. And of course, we want to make sure that we get to the low grade of governance. I mean, we want to make sure that each and every one of the citizens will be aware of this strategy in order to support it, not just at the local level, but also at the regional level. And what about synergies 2021-2027, USER and ADRION? The iconic priorities of our strategy are part and parcel of ADRION. As I said before, not as much as in the MED, but we want to make sure that they reflect the strategy, and there are additional grades and points given. I'm talking about the eligibility criteria. When it comes to the calls, we would like them to have a more enhanced macro-regional dimension. We want ourselves and ADRION to support the 3 strategic projects that I mentioned before, the facility point, the stakeholders platform, and the USR implementation. We want to have joint actions and activities for communication and dissemination of information, and then the objective of everyone working in this macro-regional dimension is to not just limit ourselves to ADRION and the Euromed. There are more indirect projects and programs, there are bilateral ones, and we as the managing authority for Greece, North Macedonia, Greece, Italy, Greece, Albania, we promote this strategy at the bilateral level too. And this is what Croatia, for instance, is doing with its own trilateral partnerships, or Slovenia. There's Italy, Slovenia, Montenegro. There are trilateral schemes, there are bilateral schemes, there are transnational cross-border schemes. We have 9 countries, plus San Marino. 9 countries are part of this strategy, and they have their own cross-border and transnational participations, and we would like to be able to eventually have national projects, local projects that will also have an added macro-regional dimension. This is the ultimate goal of this macro-regional strategy, meaning we would like to leverage funds from our sectoral grants, from the regional funds. We want to also take advantage of best practices. This is one of the most important advantages of Interreg, and we keep insisting on that. We would like to use it and eventually help it become experience, knowledge, know-how, expertise that will be carried over. And I'm being poetic in order for me to enthuse you. We would like to make sure that it also permeates the respective sectoral and regional programs and projects of other countries that are part of this strategy. That is all I've been meaning to say, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Konstantopoulou, for sharing with us, elaborately so, the vision, and I'm being poetic too. Thank you for referring to the implementation of the macro-regional strategy, discussing this period 2021-2027. We have a few minutes for questions. Should you have any questions you would like to ask the ladies, please? Mrs. Vassilopoulou is not using a microphone. No microphone. No microphone. We regret not being able to interpret. There. I have to speak into a microphone, I'm told. So, I believe this event today is very, very important because it provides a scope to lend an ear to what you have to say about important results and outcomes. And we're also learning new things, and we are being taught, counting on the experience acquired by others. It's important to take stock of what we went through in the programming period 2014-2020, because this will be important in view of the next programming period. It's important to discuss the capitalization, and I think it matters. I don't know to what extent, because I've personally time and again tried to find information about various programs and projects. For instance, I've logged in the web and tried to use your platforms, and maybe you could have, I don't know if this is possible, but maybe you could have a joint platform that will merge and contain all the information on maybe a summary of the fundamental results and outcomes, maybe using keywords. And if you had such a joint platform, then you could have open access publications that are critical and key in reflecting and communicating the main outcomes of the programs. Quite often we are not aware of what they are. Nobody wants to have a duplication of the work. So maybe it would be useful to have a shared platform. I think there is such a platform for both ADRION and MED. We have digital library. Our digital library was recently made. And our digital library indeed contains exactly what you want, meaning a short description of our programs and projects and the main outcomes thereof. Off mic, the lady from the audience, and some publications, open access publications, publications that are intertwined with the programs and projects. So it's important for us to be able to read these publications and also the publication of outcomes and results. Maybe you can advertise that, or you could include a link to your digital library in your own website in order for people to have access. In each and every program, indeed, we provide what you're looking for. And on our site you will find each and every website for each and every project, and you're doing that for yourself. So we do for both. And we always keep up with the latest developments that concern the programs. Let's not just focus on our own programs. That is keep.eu and Interreg.eu. You can get information about every Interreg there. It was there in 2014. We didn't have the results back then. What I'm driving at is that we had a brief description, the partners, the beneficiaries, the countries, and the thematic chapters. Now, keep.eu is new, and it's allowing us now to have an overview of the main outcomes and outputs. So you can find more on these there. As we speak, therefore, there is this system. We're trying to make it self-standing. So keep.eu, remember. And let us now extend our thanks to the ladies, Miss Karayani, Miss Karvelis, Miss Bragnotti, for taking part in this first session. And let us, because there's no break, let us invite on stage the moderator and the members of the first panel discussion. Let us, in the meantime, highlight a thing that the ladies have mentioned before. There are many projects, there are many outputs and outcomes. Of course, there had to be some sort of selection made to have this day event. And I don't know if you noticed that we've asked our projects, the people from the projects, to share with us short videos with their achievements, their outputs. So they're being shown outside. There are monitors outside. You have one monitor for ADRION, another for MED, so you can have a brief presentation for each. And then there is a digital library of ADRION and also keep.eu. Both are very useful instruments, useful tools to get started. And they can help people find out more about what's happening, how it started, how it's evolving, and maybe how this fits your own needs. We're ready to start. And the first panel discussion will discuss development and innovation, so strategies to strengthen sustainable development. The moderator is Mrs. Matilde Konstantopoulou in her capacity as a partner of the Special Secretary for European Regional Development Fund and Cohesion Fund programs of the Hellenic Ministry of Economy and Finance. Let us embark on the discussion, and thank you in advance. Thank you, Katerina.
Σκόπευα να καλέσω έναν τους ομιλητές και να τους παρουσιάζω.
So I will very kindly ask you to bear with me for a while, and then I will give the floor to our distinguished participants. I have been asked to moderate this panel. As Katerina said, it is about innovation, blue growth, green growth and development. So, as the Commissioner has put it, Virginius Sinkevicius on the environment and fisheries when discussing the Green Deal and its strategic priorities for 2021-27, the green topics. So he concluded by saying that you have to mix the colors by putting green into blue and blue into green. So with this as a starting point, we have put together this panel, and each presenter, each participant will brief us on how they implemented those strategic priorities via the implementation of the projects. So I will start with the presentation of Med Graspino and Med Blue Phasma, which is about circular economy and how they can become part of blue economy and aquaculture via innovative solutions. Now, this project is also about innovative solutions to tackle the depletion of natural resources in fisheries and in aquaculture. So Graspino trains public entities as regards energy consumption and energy saving in public buildings, and it supports also SMEs in order to become active in the green and smart economy by providing, I guess, tools and partnerships. Now, we have had the pleasure to be informed about Blue Phasma by Emeritus Professor George Stefanidis, who is the project coordinator, and he is an Emeritus Professor at the University of Patras Chemical Engineers Department. You have the floor, Professor. Good morning for your kind words, says Professor Stefanidis. Well, I'm afraid that you have covered the topic. Of course, I will add to that. Now, this is a topic where we discuss the synergies in the sea, and of course we need to combine it with the territories, the land, the islands, but overall it is about the sea, the Mediterranean Sea. So it is about collaboration on the objective of sustainable and green growth, and the selection of those projects is an excellent example because it is about the same idea, if you like, no matter where we are, to have sustainable growth and development. So the Graspino is our proposal for green growth and green products. So we envisage green procurement as a key element. So Graspino focuses on buildings and challenges specific to buildings. Now, Blue Phasma, on the other hand, and I will come back to that, although it was not taken for granted in the beginning, so we thought that this could be about a project about circular economy. So I would like to further forward to your introductory words, Madam Konstantopoulou. I will not read it out, says the professor, but you can see the title, says the professor. It is under axis number 1, priority axis number 1, which is of course about innovation as well. And the objective is to have something else developed under the umbrella of innovation. For us, that was the development of networks, to have the aquaculture practices integrated within circular economy. So this is the identity of the project. You see on the map the participating countries and the territories that participated. You also see on this slide the consortiums as a speaker. So there are specific goals for the project. one has to do to enhance innovation capacity, and one can consider this not only from a conceptual or knowledge point of view, but from a more operational point of view, to have it integrated in circular economy. Another goal has to do with improving the transnational cooperation in the Mediterranean among networking, involving enterprises, SMEs, small businesses, with the purpose at the end of the project and we know that from experience to have the best possible impact. And of course, thanks to the achievement so far, we know that we can continue with further forwarding the project. Now, as we said, we are in the business of circular economy, so we need to identify and convey good practices, always under the thematic priorities of this axis. And there is a common tool, if you like, which is about the living labs. So this is about cooperation, cooperation laboratories, and the stakeholders can put to the table their views and their ideas, which will then be part of the content of the project. So this is what the living labs are about. And the other important point is the networks. So far, the Blue Phasma network has seen the registration of 135 users. The results, one important result has to do with the added value at the level of persons. So there is an self-standing, let's say, self-assessment or self-evaluation tool. To what extent that is, your team, your group, your agency is involved in circular economy in the sense at the level of readiness, or at the level of non-readiness, yet willingness to participate. So this is a very useful tool, not only to identify your current, let's say, status, but also to be guided towards webinars, workshops to improve your status. So you get this necessary information as well. There is another tool that can be used by various bodies to improve their capacity to become stronger in circular economy. And of course, we gained important synergies at the level of those living labs, and thanks to the network. So the stakeholders are both from the private and the public sector, as I have said. Now I will move on very briefly, because we do not have abundant time available to elaborate on both projects. So very briefly, in this architectural ecosystem, there are various steps, but those steps on the right, as you can see on the slide, enable us to answer to the various questions that, if you like, pop up when you activate this assessment tool. So based on your level of preparedness, etc., you can get a prize, an award or not, and you get the recommendations to become better. So this is about the readiness, the preparedness level of an entity or not. Now, there are various indicators about this result, and the recommendation and the advice is added value to any business. Of course, the questions are not useful only for businesses, but for other entities as well. Now, there was considerable demand for this tool, and already translated into 3, 4, or 5 languages, I think, even in Arabic. And we continue to get demands and requests for this tool to be translated in other languages as well, because it has proven to be a very useful tool. Why? Because it works autonomously. It is, if you like, self-standing. And you can use it and see your status at the level of circular economy. So far, many countries have participated in the effort, and stakeholders, and 114 SMEs. Now, so what are the conclusions? So, based on the KPI at the level of circular economy preparedness. So we are not yet there, if you like, at the level of preparedness. However, the willingness and the disposal of SMEs to participate in this transition, because for us all it is a phase of transition, is more prominent, let's say, more dynamic, higher than average. As said earlier, those smart living labs were created in several countries, 9 countries, 11 regions. I will not enumerate them, but each lab was set up in such a manner in order to respond to the needs of the region. So there was a lab for Crete, there was a lab for Lisbon, depending on the needs of the region. So the living lab, when all the people came together to discuss, would focus on 1 or 2 topics that were of a priority for them. In total, 357 stakeholders from various bodies and entities. As a result, and I think that this is the benefit for the citizen as well, that circular economy has become more recognized, more welcomed, and we have proposed solutions, and therefore potential participants can use them, become more mature, and be more active participants in those projects. Now I will move on to the second project as well. So there are the ideas in place, there is a white paper, and equally important, we have the letters of commitment which so far have been signed by 26 entities, and 43 entities have signed, let's say, an agreement of cooperation, as a statement of cooperation. So this is growing. Now, unfortunately, there is no time, so I will move on to the Graspino project. So this is a green procurement project. So far, it focused on territories, on land areas. Now we will also focus on maritime areas. So initially it was about the Graspino project is a transnational one. It is about innovative clusters and business networks towards green growth. The participating countries and the partners can be seen on this slide and the next slide, the consortium. Now, the project objectives: on the one hand, to support public authorities which lack knowledge and they do not know how to have the green criteria integrated in the calls, in the tenders. It is not about not wanting to have green criteria integrated, but you do not have the specific knowledge. For example, a municipality, what is eligible, what is not, what is to be in and what is out. So we wanted to support the public entities with our tools so that they can have the green criteria integrated in their proposal. So to have a more successful innovation project. So to have real green tenders, as we put it. And in this transition towards a change in how we address tenders, we were very much supported by the General Secretariat for the Consumer based in Athens. And at the time, it was among its key purposes and objectives. So the timing couldn't have been better. So we were able to support the bodies and the entities to have such criteria integrated. And even for the micro businesses, the SMEs, which may be reluctant to propose such criteria for themselves, because they may feel that the competition might not come to the tender with such proposal, so why should we incorporate them? So we support them, the SMEs, and we also identify business angels to support SMEs for such criteria to be integrated. So as you know, the target groups actually involve not a 4 helix, but rather a 5 helix mentality and concept, because all stakeholders were involved. The project results. Very briefly, the public procurement tool, which supports us either as a public entity or as a network. So this is an open tool. It is at the University of Patras building in a server that we have at the university. So we also, however, get ideas for new activities. There is also a tool for the evaluation of those activities, and I'm sure that you know the life cycle costing tool. We have developed this tool, and there are publications as well. So we set the example. So this is one of the specific project result among other solutions. So as you see, 7 countries, pilot implementation in 5 countries, 13 pilot projects in 28 buildings. So the living labs as well were rolled out in several countries with 78 stakeholders. Now the outcome of this result is that the Greek government put together a holistic growth strategy, incorporating all those objectives, which was presented in April 2018 to the Eurogroup. So the key message is that it is about the green public procurement, which is the collaboration between sustainable development and the transition towards circular economy. So that was the brief presentation. And you can see the contact info. We are always available and eager to help others, whether in the sea or on the land. We are here to support you and collaborate with you in the framework of the Seas of Synergies, as is the title of our event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stefanidis. I should have told you that we have 10 minutes each. I will be very strict from now on. Very, very strict. I will even be asked to have my mic on, because I'm not going to wave or nod. I'm going to stop you at the 10 minutes. I have questions. I have queries myself. I know we're pressed for time, and I'd better give able time to the participants, the public, that is, the audience. And at the end, we're going to take all questions in order to have a more lively discussion, says the moderator. So let's have Q&A after we heard all the presentations. And without much ado, let me give the floor to the next panel member. We are talking about the reinforcement of Mediterranean oil sector competitiveness through development and application of innovative production and quality control methodologies related to olive oil health protecting properties. I'm talking about ADRION and ARISTOIL Plus. With us we have the representative of EGTCF Xenipoli, Mr. Yorgos Papous, General Director. Over to you. Can we swap? Right, I'd like to pointer. Thank you. Yes, I'll make sure I stick to the 10 minutes, maybe just 8 minutes, because I know how supportive you are of European groups of companies when it comes to transnational cooperation. We are an organization that consists of various public entities that work and operate in various EU member states. We have Greece, Bulgaria, Cyprus, 61 members, 48 are decentralized administrations, 48 municipalities from Greece, Bulgaria and Cyprus, 2 regions, 4 decentralized administrations, 7 academic institutions, and we have more than 4.5 million people. And we have an international network. We are here to talk about olive oil. We have ARISTOIL and the capitalization thereof, ARISTOIL Plus. It all started from a legal point of view. Rather, let me rephrase that. It all starts from the sea and with the sea and the seas of synergies. 3,000 years ago, the precious olive oil was transported throughout the Mediterranean, because here in the Mediterranean region we have quality olive oil. But let's come to today. It all started back in 2012 when we had the 432/2012 Commission regulation establishing a list of permitted health claims. So we have a quantitative definitions. The regulation says that when you have 250 milligrams of polyphenols in each liter of olive oil, that is, then you can treat this as a product that can protect your health. And of course, we know that, and I'm not going to dwell on the inflammatory or anti-inflammatory properties of olive oil, which equals ibuprofen. It's med. So Poly, thanks to the Interreg tools, helps strengthen the competitiveness of Mediterranean olive oil in order for producers to eventually improve their own income and to ameliorate the local economy in the rural areas. And of course, this also helps us combat the climate crisis and climate change. So Oil has been around since 2016. It started in 2016 until 2019. The project budget was about 2 million. We had 17 partners from 5 European countries. This is the project in numbers. 5 countries, Mediterranean countries. 72 trainings was the original goals, but we had more than 72 trainings for SMEs. There were day events. We trained over 3,000 producers, and we analyzed more than 5,000 olive oil samples for polyphenol concentrations. Cyprus, Greece, Croatia, Italy, and Spain were the 5 countries of the project. And these are the main oil-producing countries in the northern part of the Mediterranean. We produced material and we distributed material, training and communication material to the producers, very interesting publications, very interesting material that was very carefully drafted. This is material that indeed the producers keep in their pockets in order to know how to cultivate the trees, when to collect the crops, when to take them to the mill. And of course, there's a lot of discussion about, positive discussion about the polyphenols properties, and we had a series of events. There you have some photos. Project Claim 2019. Let me refer to Nikos Krimaniotis, who was my predecessor, the previous general director. It was his idea to have the Oil projects. He went through Greece, and Prokopis Magiatis, who is a professor, he provided us with the scientific background and all the documentation we needed for the methods and polyphenols. More photos, one at the old Parliament building, info days, exhibitions, conferences, networking events, trainings and seminars in Greece and in the rest of the participating countries. Producers learn new things, but we shouldn't stop there. It is very important to help them be organized as best as possible. So that's why we have the cluster. Oil Med cluster is there to make sure that we keep data in order to make sure that we are in touch with them each and every year to measure, take samples, measure the polyphenol concentrations. This is also helpful in terms of what's happening, which seasons are giving us more crops with polyphenols, and so on and so forth. Let me not exhaust you with much detail, but we are taking that first step, another step, accreditation for high quality olive oil product with high polyphenol concentration over 500 milligram per liter, ? We are talking about introducing this new category, and then the 1,000 milligram per liter category, and we have such olives. Allow me to open up a parenthesis because it's very interesting to this country, to Greece. I mean, it's been documented and proven that the Greek olive production is very high quality because it's not highly industrialized, meaning that the farmer who has a small plot if he or she manages to improve their income. This year they managed to do so, and the olive oil this year is not really too expensive. Let's not think in terms of consumption only. Let's think about producers. This will help local producers improve their income, and they will preserve centuries-old plots with olive trees, unlike other mass production agricultural production, which consume a lot of water and eventually get an end product that is too fatty. And that brings me to Aristotle Plus. We're talking about capitalizing on Aristotle. The budget was smaller, the duration was a year, the implementation period. So you have FCNI Poly, which is the lead partner in this partnership for Aristotle Plus. We are joined by entities from Italy, Spain, Montenegro in this project of ours, and the project aims to reach out to more producers, more people, but we're also interested in making sure there are more technical methods. So we are creating a kit which helps measure polyphenol concentrations fast. We hand this out to agricultural cooperatives and olive mills. You know, you gather the crops in the morning and then you take the olives to the mill by the evening. Now you can measure your polyphenol concentration, not just the acid. If you Google Amazon, if you use Google rather, you will find that Amazon 250 milliliters of olive oil, and it's Greek olive oil that is sold at very high prices. On the left hand side there's this kit I was talking about, the aristometer as we call it, and material, printed material that we have created ourselves and handed out to the producers and the cooperatives, and therefore we now have in place a very wide network with transnational participation. I'd like to think that one of the reasons why the value and the worth of olive oil has improved is Aristotle. Let me share a personal story. I'm an amateur producer. I am enjoying collecting my own olives each weekend. Last weekend when I was at the olive mill, another producer told the owner of the mill, don't let the crops for too long in the mixer, because I'm going to lose my polyphenols. So this was your average farmer who was telling the miller, do something about my polyphenols. I'd like to think that we helped her understand how important this is. Thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. Thank you, Mr. Papouz. You were to the point. You were short and brief. It was very interesting. I have questions myself. If there's time at the end, we're going to take them, or maybe I can find you during the break to have a discussion with you. I really like the fact that we are getting deeper and deeper, and let's now go to the quote-unquote artillery, heavy artillery for that matter. A different thing. I don't know how do you pronounce that? Is it Psamides, says the moderator? It's about connecting small and medium ports. Ports, Small and Medium Alliance for Sustainable Development. If I get it right, this is about connecting those ports with the business community and developing certain methods to properly govern and manage those ports, those gates of entry, those entry points to cities, towns and coastal areas as such. And we have with us Mr. Minas Seimenis, who is the senior consultant of the CEO of the Heraklion Port Authority. Over to you, sir. Good morning, says Mr. Seimenis. Thank you for inviting us. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you the outcomes, the outputs of Psamides, Med Psamides. I have, and I'm quoting, the strength of the union. This is the core of what we did. Port authorities, clusters and technological and research centers working together as an integrated business ecosystem to optimize the performance of small and medium-sized ports through the implementation of innovative tools that help manage tourism flows, control costs more efficiently, provide more services to users, and particularly boost the economization of these ports while reducing the negative environmental impact resulting from tourism activity. So this is the core idea behind the Psamides project. Psamides put Small and Medium Alliance for Sustainable Development. The objective of the project is to link two critical blue growth sectors, i.e. ports and coastal and maritime tourism. S&P with the marinas, the yachts, the cruising activities, the linked touristic industries are a key factor of competitiveness in the Mediterranean area. I discussed the Psamides objective before, says the speaker, so let's move on. Main facts. Duration, November 2019, June 2022. Countries, France, Greece, Spain, Croatia, Montenegro. The lead partner was Euroregion. Pyrénées, from France. It was established by a region in France, and there's participation of Catalonia and the Balearids. So we had Catalonia, the Balearic ports, and set a very small port in southern France. We also had more partners encompassing Athens, Research and Innovation Center in Information, Communication and Knowledge Technologies. We had the Institute of Modern Technology from Montenegro, SAS Noveltis from France, Rijeka University from Croatia, the Port Authority of Heraklion. We had a budget of 2.8 million. We got only 245,000 euro. So what we implemented was implemented in a pilot project, and we were not able to extend that as we originally expected. This is the Venetian port of Heraklion. In a small part of this port, we established systems that I'm going to show you next. But before I go there, we had 7 pilot systems to choose from. We opted for having sensors, mooring occupation sensors. We also chose to use remote water and electricity supply pedestals, and that can be remotely checked. And we also opted for using the Internet of Things. IoT port management was made possible, and so we linked all of the aforementioned, put everything on one single platform, and could use it from a distance. Other ports chose other pilot systems amongst the 7. So others added recognition of the state of the port through visual analysis. They opted to adopt floating plastic trap devices or recognition of boats in security and safety. And unless I'm wrong, says the speaker, I think it was Catalonia which also used a pilot system for photovoltaic power generation for nautical environments. What is it we did exactly? We installed 10 mooring occupation sensors. I'm talking about small boats. We also installed 3 remote water and electricity service pedestals, and we also used the IoT, the Internet of Things, as I said before, in order to interconnect the different systems. And now we have in place a platform that can manage all the information that is collected and compiled via the aforementioned systems. And on top of that, in view of the future, these data, the measurements, the consumption data, the transaction data will be automatically communicated to third parties, for instance, the Economic and Financial Authority. These are a few photos for you to see what the pedestals look like. The owners of the boats can buy a card. They can get the card on this pedestal, and that will give them water and electricity, and we are managing that remotely ourselves. And this is the sensor that I mentioned before. They detect the mooring activity, so they're checking on whether the specific spot is available or not. Every 3 seconds they check, we get the info from a distance, and we can tell remotely whether there are vacancies or not. This is the platform. I don't know if this is obvious to you, but there you have the overview of the 10 sensors and the 3 pedestals. We can choose which one to get data from. Current data, this is another visual. And if you choose a specific mooring spot, then you can get for spot 1 the relevant information, it's taken or not, at what time it was taken, what time it was open, charges, fees, and so on. The same goes for the pedestals for water and electricity. You can choose which one to check on and find out what's happening with them. You can use the date, or rather data, to find out more information about water, volume, and so on and so forth. The reasons why we chose these pilot systems, well, to begin with, we were aiming at improving the marinas management system. We also aimed at providing users with upgraded services. We wanted to use smart systems to promote sustainability. Of course, we wanted to slash time and effort that's needed to book a mooring position or to get water and electricity for the boat. And we also wanted to improve flow and efficiency. Achievements. The sensors allowed us to have a dynamic system in place. Of course, time will tell. As I said, this is a pilot project. We have 10 sensors. In total, we have 245 mooring positions or spots. We have real-time presentation of the occupation status. And if you need information about free and occupied mooring positions, that's made available through the sensors. And we are thus spot on. The sensors also allow us to improve the applications as such. The pedestals. Card validity and consumption is cloud-based. The charges for each card are presented in detail by type and over time. In view of the future, maybe we'd have automatic charges in prices of services that will be dependent on demand, and the problematic communication on one pedestal will not affect the others. Difficulties and challenges. Well, it was the time of the pandemic, COVID-19, which led to delays in delivery. The sensors. We had to find a place for the sensors, a spot that wouldn't get wet from the splash. Wide connections require placement in groups and at a reasonable distance, and another challenge was the fact that floating objects were disturbing their detection, and sometimes the sensors would tell us that the mooring position was taken, although it was not. The pedestals. There were certain technical problems at the beginning of their use, the technical problems during installation and then the beginning of their use. Pretty soon we managed to overcome these problems, and on top of that, this was a new way of using the pedestal, which caused a minor inconvenience to the users. We explained to the users how to deal with that, and now they are knowledgeable. What about the next steps? These systems, can be scaled up to cover all 245 mooring positions of our marina. There is a master plan for the port of Heraklion, which foresees 200 mooring positions, a new marina with 280 mooring positions. The new mooring marina could use this system. Something that would be very, very helpful would be to have a new mobile app. And so the users would no longer need to acquire a card, a physical card. They could download the application on the mobile phone, and then they could get water and electricity. New billing policies, that's one of the next steps. New billing policies depending on demand or what the financial department would decide, and something that is not really obvious, but we saw it. Extending cooperation between and amongst the various different authorities could work. We worked excellent together. So this could also be done in the future in order for us to exchange views and ideas and thoughts to be more effective and efficient in the future. And maybe you'll ask me about why we are not extending the system. The port of Heraklion will be privatized. So any investment ideas and proposals will have to wait until we have a new investor, assume, and be in charge of the situation, and then I guess the new investor will facilitate the implementation of new steps. Thank you very much. Thank you, says the moderator. And let me add a thing. You will have access to the data and the presentations in case you want to ask or have the data or have a discussion with ladies and gentlemen. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Moudakis, who is a member of the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Chania. Mr. Moudakis will be talking about Innovagro, which concerns the promotion of ADRION agro-food companies' extraversion. We are talking about eco-friendly ways, right? Innovative ways, right? Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this kind invitation to be among you and present the project AgroPlus, Innovagro. Actually, it was concluded and completed about 1.5 years ago, and the COVID pandemic was in 2021-22, as you know, and when there was this outbreak in Greece, we had a meeting in Italy. So we were in Italy at the onset of this outbreak. So the project was in its full rollout, if you like, during the pandemic. Now, moving on to the presentation, the consortium involves 5 countries and 10 partners. So from Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Albania, and Serbia. And 3 research institutes and universities with extensive experience were also partners. The Technical University of Crete, the Slovenian ISOV, and the University of Basilicata in Italy. 3 chambers. The Chania Chamber of Commerce and Industry was the lead partner. In Serbia, we had the Association of Chambers. There is only one, let's say, entity for that, and the Union of Chambers of Albania. Actually, it is the chambers representing the agro-food sector businesses that were valuable partners at the level of management, at the level of marketing, with new methods and innovative solutions. Another partner was the Association of Farmers from Apulia in Italy, 2 regional local authorities, that is the region of Crete and the province of Potenza, and 1 network, the network of the Insular Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the EU, which is based in Greece. So the key objective of the project, Innova Agro, was to link, to bring together, if you like, the farmers and the agro-food companies active in the packaging sector as well, with enterprises and businesses in the tourism sector, because our country and all the participating regions have a very strong footprint, if you like, in both sectors of the economy, that is tourism and agro-food industry. And of course, tourism can be a lead ambassador for the further development of the agro-food sector. So a tourist can taste such products and then seek for them in once back in their country of origin. So the main purpose here was to put together those businesses and the university and other research institutes in the agri-food sector, as well as the local authorities, the regions and municipalities, to support all those businesses with their innovative services in the marketing and management functions. And the ultimate objective, of course, is for openness and extroversion and internationalization of the business, if you like. So the main results, we put together a transnational cooperation network among SMEs based on the outcomes of 7 specialized labs outcomes and networking and extroversion labs. And of course, with a virtual transnational business innovation entrepreneurship center, which promoted the internationalization SMEs. So were put to the use an e-platform and other IT tools. At this point, allow me to underscore the fact that the Technical University of Crete and Evangelos Grigoroudis, late professor, unfortunately he passed away from a heart disease were the valuable pillars in this endeavor. So you will allow me for this personal observation. Now, the main innovative key elements have to do with involving stakeholders in the concept of the triple helix, a model of innovation, so SMEs, R&D institutes, and the public authorities. The existing local and regional networks and national networks and clusters, dubbed clusters, to capitalize the good practices. So in the region of Crete, there is in place such a cluster to boost this agri-food sector dynamic and to link the agri-food sector, the production, directly with the tourism sector and the end consumer. So with the absence of intermediaries, if you like. The project partnership of the InnovAgro Plus, it is the continuity of InnovAgro. Naturally, it is a project which is implemented in complementarity. So 9 partners from Greece. There is a technical issue with Albania because the Association of Chambers in Albania was not possible to participate. So we have 1 partner less. As for the rest of the consortium, it remains the same. I presented it earlier. So the main aim of InnovAgro Plus, as a sequel of InnovAgro, is to further promote, valorize and capitalize on the main outcomes of the previous project, the InnovAgro Transnational Cooperation Network and the virtual center, the VBEC, so maximizing the effectiveness and the synergies from this operation. The project-specific objectives for InnovAgro Plus are the following: increase the awareness among the potential beneficiaries and stakeholders and institutions, to increase cohesion among EU member states and the IPA countries, to promote outcomes and results to the regional, national and transnational level. So that would be the next step, operationally speaking, and promote the practical use, the relevance and the transferability of the outcomes of InnovAgro projects to the beneficiaries. So to start using the virtual platform, the VBEC, that was developed in the previous project to be used in the current one, and to provide first-hand information on managing and implementing European projects to beneficiaries. Now, the main activities for InnovAgro Plus project is, of course, to improve and enhance the already established InnovAgro network, in which participate more than 100 enterprises and businesses, to enrich and enhance this virtual transnational business innovation and entrepreneurship center, the VBEC, that was developed by the Technical University of Crete, to organize national awareness and promotion events, 4 in the number, 1 transnational promotion event, a methodological guide on networking, an e-booklet, an e-manual, if you like, about networking and the synergies, and organizing 4 national meeting working groups, if you like, for future beneficiaries. So this ends my presentation. I hope that I was on time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mundakis, for this presentation. And I will move on straight away to the next presentation, SI for Care. This is about social innovation for an integrated health care project for the aging population in ADRION regions. So 2 representatives from partners, Madam Kiskini. She is the director of the Regional Development Fund for Central Macedonia, and Madam 3 representatives from the National University of Athens, ECPA, Madam Eftalia Angelopoulou. She's a neurologist and scientific associate at the University Neurological Clinic, and Madam Stella Frangiadaki. She's a clinical neuropsychologist and scientific associate at the same neurological clinic. Now, we give the floor to Madam Kiskini. So, our project is integrated under axis number 1. It comes with a social inclusion sign, if you like. The human person is at the focus. Our scientific director from the University of Athens has been very prominent. We all want to take care of our future because we will all reach this age at some point. So SI for share. The idea is for senior citizens is to remain healthy, socially active, even when they reach an old age, and possibly to reside at their homes for as long as possible in order for them to feel better and also to, if you like, depress the healthcare systems. So the program is under the Interreg for VB. We participated in the first call for proposals. Of course, the COVID pandemic was a major challenge for us, and the concept actually of this project was about telemedicine, provision of healthcare services remotely. So unfortunately, we experienced this activity in a very brutal manner due to the COVID pandemic. However, we made steps forward. You see the partners involved, 10 countries. I would say the entirety of the eligible countries under the ADRION program, 2 partners from Greece, the Regional Development Fund from Central Macedonia and the National Capitallization University of Athens. Partners involved were very balanced, both universities, academic institutions, healthcare providers, hospitals, as well as public entities. And as we said, the problems, the challenges in the Adrian Sea region are common with the Ionian Sea region, so you need to tackle them in a common manner, if you like, and that was the objective of the project as well. So we set up a living lab, as a previous speaker, Professor Emeritus, said is a major experience. We want to set up a living ecosystem in order for social innovation to become a reality in the health care sector and the provision of healthcare services towards senior citizens. So we had the 4th helix model represented. So all entities, all bodies, all agencies involved in the healthcare services and the senior citizens healthcare, and the universities, the healthcare providers, the professionals from centers for the elderly, and so on. Now, the main results of the project is that we managed to have an extensive mobilization and collaboration of all those entities to put in place good practices, to assess them and design a more effective strategy and enhance and empower the capacity of all the involved bodies. And another main goal is that we drafted action plans based on the regulatory and structural architecture of the country, either on the regional level or at a national level. In Greece, we had 2 such action plans specific to the entities involved. The regional development center was responsible for the living labs, coordinating the labs. And during the physical meetings, if you like, we had a very vivid participation, a very active participation. So we were able to design bottom-up our content and our action plans, because the action plans respond to the real needs of the users, of the end beneficiaries, and the Regional Development Fund, in the framework of our action plan that was designed, supported us in a sense, because what came out as a necessity is to provide training to the carers, to the healthcare professionals, because most often it is the members of the family who assume this role of the care provider. So you need to provide some training to those people. And another important goal was to integrate telemedicine in this practice and overcome the concern or the fear to use an electronic device, concerns as regards protection of your personal data. So at the level of the various acts and activities in the regions, we managed to link or to set a bridge down to the local level. In the region of Central Macedonia, the needs are indeed very prominent. More than 60% of the population is from the senior age group, so the needs there locally are very increased. And we also assessed an application which is dubbed Click to Life, and it was live during the last 7 years, and it was funded by the Regional Operational Program. It is one of the first applications which run on the regional level and addressing a regional authority. It was, I would say, a critical application, a fundamental application. It involved a panic button and a localization system to identify the location of a senior citizen. Also, communication with the senior citizens via phone calls. And this application was assessed based on statistical data, based on interviews with the beneficiaries, and the senior citizens, thanks to this application, stated that they felt safe and protected in their homes, helping them to overcome isolation and loneliness. So we decided, via the Regional Action Plan, to continue with the rollout and the implementation of this application in the next programming period. So increase the number of users from 3,000 to 6,000, and also expand the services to add more services such as smoke detectors, alarm systems in the event that you have doors that have not been closed properly. And equally important is the fact that this action will be expanded to other regions as well. So the region of Western Greece specifically. I will give the floor now to our scientific associates from the National and Capitallization University of Athens. Good morning. I will present to you the ECPA University role and its involvement in the first phase of the project, that is stock-taking of the situation of the healthcare systems in various countries, what has changed due to the pandemic, what is the level of healthcare services provided to the senior citizens in urban centers as well as non-urban or peri-urban centers to see the assessment of major social changes. How are how is technology used, and telemedicine in particular? How can we improve the services with the emphasis on the senior citizens? And the target group was specifically the senior citizens with dementia problems. So 3 tools: the structured interview, or rather the semi-structured interview with high-level stakeholders, and 2 questionnaires that we administer to healthcare professionals, agencies, and senior citizens as well. At the level of the population and this high-level stakeholders, we mean people in high-level positions who can provide solutions and design policies and provide services on a broader, let's say, level. And there is a scientific relevance: social workers, medical doctors who work at such entities. And of course we have the group population, the population group of the senior citizens, in order for them to share with us their concerns, their problems when they need medical support and care. So the thematic sections for the interviews and the questionnaires: the accessibility, either physical or digital accessibility, and how people can have access to the health care services and infrastructure, physical infrastructure. The affordability question: is it costly for a person to seek and get healthcare services? Of course, the COVID pandemic and its impact. The parameter of aging, and how this excludes the person from getting healthcare services. So the social aspects and socialization, which is critical for good aging, and the future challenges and the integration of new technologies. So the total numbered interviewed: 34 from Slovenia, Italy, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Greece, Montenegro, distributed proportionately. The summary: so the interviewees expressed a concern at the level of a human resources deficit, at the level of deficient staffing, the level of lack of knowledge in order to use technological tools, lack of support for seniors, and fragmentation of actions, so not collaboration in place. Equally, problem of affordability, very long waiting lists to get healthcare services, especially in the non-rural areas. It is difficult to have access to primary and secondary healthcare sector services, and other needs as well. In a nutshell, all participants in the interviews stressed the fact that there is a need to tackle this technological gap and the technological tools at the level of telemedicine in the healthcare centers. So there is a need to support to bridge this gap. The healthcare stakeholders were 261, and approximately 700 more senior citizens responded to the questionnaires that were distributed by the stakeholders. What were the thematic axes, and the assessment: positive, negative, neutral. The middle column reflects the absence of inclusion of the new technologies. More than 90%, all of them said that there is not adequate inclusion, integration rather, of new technologies in the health sector. So you need to have broader activities in that respect. So this questionnaire regards senior citizens without mental disorders. So they stated that the services provided is not good. The accessibility, the affordability also pose problems. Once again, the issue of lack of knowledge as to how to use the new technological tools. There is no social support at any level. All activities are very fragmented to support senior citizens, and the pandemic impact has been indeed very prominent, especially on the senior citizens. This is a questionnaire for senior citizens with dementia. So as regards the concerns and the problems stated by the other group was aggravated in this specific population groups, because this group of senior citizens with dementia were faced with even more problems as regards accessibility and affordability and the COVID pandemic impact. So generally speaking, the parameters to take into account in order to improve healthcare services are the following: accessibility, as we said, how to manage the healthcare services in order to provide them in a better manner, how can we mitigate the cost, because many people are obliged to have access to the private sector for such services. So there is a financial burden, the new technologies and the social factors. So now I will give the floor to Madam Angelopoulou. So, good morning from my side as well. So, based on the results from this project, as Madam Fragiadaki said, we were in a position to combine the 3 pilot acts at the level of the university, and I will make a brief overview of what we did. As we said, a large part of senior citizens with or without mental disorders find it difficult to have access to specialized healthcare services. So the use of new technologies and telemedicine is very much reduced when it comes to this target group. So initially we had to design the Dementia Parkinson Medical Laboratory via the telemedicine network and in collaboration with specific clinics on dementia and mental disorders at the Unity Hospital in collaboration with the second healthcare region, which operates the National Center for Telemedicine since 2016. And via this network, we have the operation of telemedicine hubs in many islands on the Aegean, and we provide services from various medical disciplines. Now, our lab, our center provides specialized health services to patients with mental and mobility disorders residing in remote areas, in Central Macedonia in particular, and other areas in Greece. And the objective is to improve their accessibility to quality healthcare services. The second objective has to do with contributing to the education of the healthcare providers of remote areas as regards neurological, neuropsychological assessment of those patients, and also to investigate if this model of telemedicine is eligible from an operational point of view to become implemented in our country, and also if it is acceptable by the population. As I said, the assessment, diagnosis of the patients, improvement of the services via this survey. In a nutshell, the design and the methodology. So we provide telemedicine services with using a high resolution digital camera. So we connect from the Unity Hospital to the islands. The team of medical doctors includes also neuropsychologists. There is a detailed consultation and the diagnosis screening. So far we do not have, let's say, official guidelines as to how we need to provide those services in the medical framework, so we had to be based on our experience and guidance from the Aeginetion Hospital. So we have adjusted, if you like, the questionnaire, the diagnostic questionnaire, to the telemedicine environment. So we provide questionnaires both to dementia patients and non-dementia patients and family carers and healthcare professionals as well. As you see, during the project implementation, in the 2 years of implementation, we conducted overall 119 telemedicine consultations, first visits and 51 follow-ups and assessments. The large majority involved patients with mental health disorders, and based on the questionnaires from participants, the follow-up questionnaires, most of them were satisfied, and they stated that telemedicine helped them in having improved accessibility to specialized healthcare. The communication with the physician was effective, and most of them felt comfortable. Telemedicine helped them in reducing the number of visits to the physical building of the healthcare services. Most of them said that they felt that they were getting reliable services. They helped them with their health condition, and they said that they would use such services again in the future. Now, we were awarded with the first prize by the Ministry of Digital Governance in the contest that they organized. And on the right, you see some information on publications based on this effort, on this project, and our participation in conferences as well. It is important to note that based on the experience from our consultation, from the medical surgeons, our experience, and the lessons learned, if you like, we designed a proposal for a new project. We're very happy because it was eligible for funding. It will be implemented in the coming years by ELIDEC, and it has to do with the development and the evaluation of a telemedicine model for patients with mental disorders in remote areas, because we do not have such a project in place so far. And the idea is to actually diffuse more broadly this information, that there are such activities, such services for remote areas for these people. We said that we had 120 cases. We could have much more data, given that we have a stronger population group of people with dementia in the Aegean. So the fact that we do not have higher participation is that they do not have the knowledge of the service, and the fact that there are medical, let's say there is a lack of medical human resources as well. The second pilot of ours is called Tele-EASIS, and it is a tele-exercise for the elderly and patients with cognitive disorders and dementia in collaboration with the ECPA University. Once again, we use synchronous telemedicine services, and we provide physical exercising every week. The patients who participated felt very good about it. And the third pilot has to do with driving, and it correlates or combines, if you like, the self-assessment questionnaire answers. So whether the person himself or herself feels comfortable or not comfortable about their driving behavior. And we use a driving simulator, and it seems that there is a strong correlation in that aspect. So this questionnaire can be used in remote telemedicine interviews as well, and consultations, in order to guide the medical doctor as to how to support the patient as a driver, that is. So the lessons learned from those pilot activities are the following. So indeed it is possible to have an early diagnosis and a differential diagnosis in an appropriate management and the appropriate management of behavioral symptoms in remote areas on the islands. The patients were highly satisfied with the telemedicine and teleexercise programs. Of course, the technical parameters, the sound, the video, the connectivity can be tiresome sometimes, so you need to improve those aspects as well. And the burden of the organization depends largely on the doctors in the remote areas, on us, of course. And of course we need to further train them in how to use such tools in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was all very interesting. Since we're talking about social innovation, we hadn't heard of anything like that in the social sector, but we are really pressed for time, so without further ado, let me give the floor to Dr. Vasilopoulou Vasiliki, who is the research manager at the Hellenic Center for Marine Research. She will be talking about Amare and Ariel, which I'm very well aware of, so I'm not saying anything, no introduction whatsoever. Celia, over to you, and please, 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 be brief. I know you can't, but be brief. I know you're keeping time, but we're already into the coffee break. Shall I use a timer? Only to me? Why? It's a shame. I will try to be very brief, I promise, and I will be talking about the Amare and Ariel projects. I will mostly dwell on the need for synergies and cooperation with all stakeholders and beneficiaries. To begin with, the Ariel project. This was an ADRION project, one of the first. It started in 2018, 36 months the duration of the project, various partners from various macro regional strategy partners. I'm not going to discuss every little detail because, as you said, the presentations will be made available to our audience today. Now, the goal was to look into scope for innovation. And what sort of innovation, after all? To eventually help sustainable growth and development for small fisheries and aquaculture, small aquaculture farms. To begin with, these are two different sectors, two different fields with a very different scope and capabilities. When you have small fishers, fishermen, or women, they are mostly not educated, and they have nothing to do by comparison with people who work in aquaculture. So this was a challenge that we were aware of as of day one. The intervention rationale for Ariel began with us collecting information from applicable legislation, and we looked into state-of-the-art aquaculture and fishing. So small-scale fisheries and aquaculture were the two sectors, and of course we got in touch with the small users. We wanted to take stock of the situation in Greece, especially in the area of Western Greece. We focused on Western Greece. Why is it we focused in that region, the region of West Greece? There are many aquaculture farms there, and there are also many small-scale fishermen, most of which have small boats. They opt for traditional ways to fish. Their boats are smaller than 8 meters. the length of the boat. So again, these are two entirely different sectors, the aquaculture sector on the one hand, the small-scale fisheries on the other. And as Professor Stefanidis said during his own presentation, we needed to have some answers that would concern specific areas and regions. Each and every region has its own specificities and profile. So in the region of Western Greece, we had very specific features. The program was specific in terms of its characteristics. So let me now share with you part of our stakeholder consultations. We had questionnaires handed out to local users who were either working in the small-scale fishery sectors or the aquaculture sector. These were handed to the users on the occasion of separate events. One of the fishermen said, "We are trying to help our families to make a living, and we don't have access to funding and financing mechanisms because, as the previous lady just said, and all the panelists, I guess, there's a social issue, Mrs. Konstantopoulou. There is a horizontal issue that permeates all of our panel. I'm not just talking about the health sector or mine. You see, small-scale fishermen did not have scope, nor could they understand on their own what they could do with the funding and financing means offered. This was not a problem for the aquaculture sector, but there was lots and lots of red tape in the aquaculture sector in order to go from one step to the next, and quite often red tape stood in the way of making the aquaculture farmers' ideas practice. I will be very fast. I am sure you can't read out my slides from a distance, but you see there's a SWOT analysis for aquaculture on the left-hand side and a SWOT analysis for SSF, which is small-scale fisheries. On the right, you see the SWOT analysis is much smaller for the SSF sector by comparison. Of course, innovation brokerage events were organized for increasing awareness on practices in the innovation field, and although we tried to give the SSF people some scope for innovation through systems such as applications on their mobiles for them to be in direct touch with the consumers and customers, they were not really interested in that. So it's good to have innovation, but it's also a matter of maturity in the population for it to be picked up by the population. So what the SSF people wanted was what? To increase and improve their income. They wanted to have more revenue. How? Well, in a different way compared to what they did until then, because fisheries is a sector that has been greatly impacted, especially small scales, and so they wanted us to look into fisheries tourism instead. And I'm going to show you a slide later because there's a lot of discussion about fisheries tourism. When it comes to AQ aquaculture, given our SWOT analysis, there was greater scope for real innovation, and it turns out that out of the 36 stakeholders in the Western Greece region, I'm insisting on this region, we also got people from Patras, they were guests, but you know there are people in Western Greece, in Astakos, that have their own farms, aquaculture farms. So we had a lot of people attend our events. And let me also refer to the fact that the region of Western Greece, or rather Central Greece, was a member because they were a partner of the project. They were really helpful. They were helpful in getting the real users to show up, to indeed allow for true osmosis, and thus we had a real exchange of ideas and information which helped the project. So they focused on possibly using cameras, underwater cameras, to check upon the fish that they are farming being properly fed. I will briefly refer to fishing tourism. Fishing tourism as an idea as such is not really innovative because it's been around for years, but we for our part tried to work on fishing tourism and see whether this would be a solution for the small-scale fishermen in that area. So we drafted an indicative business plan on fishing tourism and we publicized that. So we published it in a magazine, Αλευτικά Νέα, which is the fishing news that is read by many fishermen. So there's fishing family income. Bottom left, fishing family income. You have a graph which is quite telling, and it shows at a glance who can benefit from fishing tourism, because according to our indicative business plan, we examined what was possible to do to benefit over the next 5 years the lives of these people. Supposedly they would slash their fishing by 50% in order to make sure that we still have stock. That was also one of our environmental goals, to improve the income of these people, since this was what they were after. It turns out that small boats, these are the two bottom lines, the colors of which are red and brown. Small boats that can accommodate 2 to 4 guests or visitors can't really work with this type of boats. In order for them to improve their income using the fishing tourism industry, they have to have bigger boats, over 8 meters in length or 10 and 50 meters long. That is the blue line. These are the ones that are going to use or could possibly benefit from fishing tourism to have double their income. But they, after all, have big boats as they are. So they don't have such big problems compared to the others who have small boats. You see, many around Greece seem to allege that the fishing tourism is going to be the solution for the small-scale fisheries problem, but I'm afraid this is not going to happen. Either way, the role of local teams and groups, fishers, local action groups as they are called, so flags, have a critical role to play, and that's the next step. I guess this is something we should be focusing on in order for us to go deeper in our approach. Now, the uptake of the ADRION project results. We created training kits for SSF and AQ people, stakeholders. As one of the previous speakers said, we created those kits in order for the stakeholders to have them on hand, in order to study them. There are various deliverables, proposals for policies for these innovation teams, fields, to be more beneficial to the daily lives and incomes of the two different sectors. And of course, there are inputs to more recent projects. For instance, there is the Horizon Seawise, which I'm in charge of, and it's about the Ionian region. And we're getting feedback from the results of Ariel and Porto di Mare, which you mentioned before. So we're not... This is about marine spatial planning, for instance. Over to Amare. The previous one was a MED program. Amare is a MED program. Ariel was an ADRION program. Amare is a project for biodiversity protection. We came up with the shared methodologies because there is the framework directive for maritime strategies. There are priorities there, marine protected areas. There were partners from France, Spain, but I'm not going to dwell on that. These are the two priority habitats, Posidonia meadows. This is very important for climate change because the Posidonias facilitate carbon sequestration. This is very important. And over the past few years, these meadows are becoming fewer and fewer. There are also reefs, coral reefs, that's the other priority habitat. We tried to check what's happening in Alonissos, the sea park there. There is a national marine park in Alonissos aimed at primarily protecting the Mediterranean monk seal, and we looked into what's happening there. That was the Greek case study to have long-term results and long-term protection. We had various key actions and meetings with various entities. We thus tried to share with them the problems. That's where I met Miss Benetti, who comes from the region of Thessaly, who's here today. We had invited many end users to share with them the findings. We, after diving, realized that out of control mooring and anchoring by mostly tourist boats was a problem for the meadows. They are destroying the meadows whenever they cast anchors. And then you had invasive species. So uncontrolled anchoring and invasive species that intrude in the meadows, destroy the meadows. Invasive species just found food there because the uncontrolled anchoring was already destroying the meadows to begin with. And then we have I'm a marine biologist, so I know quite often in the reefs the problem is that there is derelict fishing gear. There you have photos, part of a net that came from a fishing boat. Maybe it was accidental. It was not just thrown on purpose. It was cut off, maybe by accident, and it's stuck there. And that leads to various problems, amongst which you have the deterioration of the reef. And then you have gear that breaks the corals. So what we found in our diving excursions and the photos we have, we tried to communicate to people, because even fishermen who are out there on a daily basis, they don't really know what's happening underwater. And I believe that there was interest in our outcomes and findings. And then we interacted with the stakeholders in order for us to develop various scenarios. So we worked with the locals and the fishermen, but also we worked with the regional authority. I'm afraid this is not clear to you, but what you see is maps. Maps with spots and locations, anchoring data provided by the managers, and the distribution of seagrass meadows, the Posidonias that I mentioned before. So in purple you have the mooring positions, in green you have the seagrass meadows. There's overlapping between the two. In many locations where you have seagrass meadows, you often have people casting anchor. They don't really care about whether this is prohibited or not. So that's how they get destroyed, and there's small scope for policing. So there you have other maps for coral reefs. No mapping had happened. When it comes to seagrass meadows, they'd already been mapped previously. Now, thanks to our own work and the collaboration of divers locally, and also the fishermen who showed us exactly where they normally go, we got the so-called participatory GIS. So, using LEK from fishes and the distribution of coralligenous formations, that is reefs, was depicted. Thanks also to the contribution of diving clubs and our scientific data. So that helps in order to know where we are. This was missing. Now, during the final event, a joint plan exercise was held using a web-based spatial data platform. The region of Thessaly, sat at the same table, and we have a great partnership, and we're working on another program. So this is the scenario. What you said was interesting, because you were talking about the port of Heraklion. So we suggested that certain mooring positions be made permanent and specific locations. They advised us about those spots that would be less problematic. And when it comes to the coral reefs, along with Mrs. Vanetti, who was in charge of another Interreg program at the time, an Interreg project, that was pertinent to the cultural arena, we tried to make this a win-win situation for everyone. So you have the Peristera wreck, and we try to talk the fishermen into them and us protecting the area, because we're talking about a culturally interesting area which also has coral reefs, and they can be monuments, natural heritage monuments, not cultural heritage. And that's what we got out of this mutual information dissemination. And there was follow-up. And we are working with Ms. Vanetti in the region of Thessaly within the context of a LIFE project. It's the follow-up of Amare. It's not Interreg Med, it's a LIFE project. I think there's osmosis. It's okay. There's osmosis between amongst very different programs. And by way of conclusion, let me be fast, and I'll say that the Port of Mare, which I haven't presented, this was the third project that I was in charge of on behalf of the Hellenic Center for Marine Research, or ERGETHE, during the previous programming period. There is inclusive integration, stakeholder engagement in research projects should also include all key actors of a socio-ecological system. We have to understand that, and we have to make it possible through the end users or stakeholders who have to be integrated in the venture since day one. Sustainability issues should be tackled through real dialogue, and they shouldn't just concern themselves with environmental goals, but you see, it's imperative for the end users and the beneficiaries to understand the value creation and the beneficial results for all. Because if there's a change in attitudes or a change in the mentality, the benefit eventually will be big for all. And there is another slogan, think regionally, let's say, in paraphrasing, think locally, act globally. So let me paraphrase that. You see, Mrs. Konstantopoulou, there are many commonalities in the Mediterranean, especially at the macro-regional level. So think regionally, act locally. Each and every region or even location can be very different from one another. A region might have different advantages compared to others. This is why smart specialization matters, and this brings me to the cohesion policy. You see, local communities can lead the way in terms of local development. Local communities can take advantage of the edge, of course, bearing in mind notions such as resilience and protecting the environment, but also making ends meet. Thank you very, very much.
Και εμείς ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και εσάς και όλους.
We would like to warmly thank you, all participants. Although we are very much pressed for time, still the floor is yours. Would you like to raise one or two questions, perhaps, before we have a coffee break? No, I think that everybody would rather have their coffee right now. so some caffeine into their system. And I believe that you will have the chance as well during the coffee break to exchange views and thoughts with our participants. Let us all be back in 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Θα συνεχίσουμε με εξίσου...
So, welcome back to this session. We will continue on the topic of creating paths in low-carbon strategies. Our moderator is Mrs. Alexia Spiridonidou. She's the competent person for business development at the Institute of Circular Economy and Climate Change at the European Public Law Organization. So hello from me, good afternoon. This is Mrs. Spiridonidou. We are very happy to have you here. This is a great opportunity to share views and experiences between the let's say previous entity, the previous programming period beneficiary entities and implementing bodies, and the ones for the new one, in order to have the let's say enhancement of the involvement of all partners and the addition of other projects in the regions as well. So we have been involved in a very interesting project about the EU project on the number of 100 cities towards climate neutrality and free from carbon, etc. Now, in the past, we used to dub this project carbon economy. So now we have, of course, further specified those notions. So carbon neutrality and low carbon emissions, and according to reports and the surveys, the climate neutrality investments will regard 54% the building sector and 22-23%, says the moderator, the transportation sector. So it was an excellent choice to have in this session the projects presented, because they have to do with the building stock, with the transportation, so road transportation, sea transportation, and so on and so forth. So without further ado, I will give the floor to our speakers, to our panelists. I will briefly introduce the speakers. I will give the floor to Madam Katerina Sfakianaki. She's a building physicist and project manager at the Center for Renewable Energy Sources and Saving at CAPE. And she will present the project Med Impulse. You have 10 minutes at your disposal. Thank you very much, says Madam Sfakianaki. For the last 13 years, I have been working for the Center for Renewable Energy Sources and Energy Saving. In the previous programming period, we were partners for numerous projects at the level of Interreg Med, one of which is Med Impulse, the one that I am presenting today. And I will start from scratch. What has been our motivation for this project in order to have this energy saving at buildings? At the time, we have had the adoption of EU guidelines, which was about the energy upgrading of public buildings. So for the first time, the term NZEB was used, which means that, especially as regards public building, there was the requirement to adopt measures in order for the energy requirements to be reduced for those buildings. So given this framework and this motivation for us, actually, the municipalities and the regions find it very difficult to proceed with energy upgrading measures. And this is for a number of reasons. First of all, the public authorities, the municipalities, the regions do not have the necessary data as regards their buildings. So the first problem has to do with this lack of information as regards energy consumption. The second issue has to do with the collection of data. So there is no, let's say, standardized methodology in place in order to collect and register all this information in a system, if you like, in a platform. And third issue, prioritization. Where do we start? What would be the first building to begin with? What type of energy upgrade? What can we do in order for this measure for energy upgrading to be efficient? Because there are cases of buildings which, no matter the investment for energy upgrading and saving, this investment will never be cost effective. However, there are criteria that are met at the level of the European Union in order to showcase that such investments can be cost effective. So 2.2 million euros the total budget for this Impulse project, and the financing reaches a level of 1.9 million euros. And this specifically targets to provide answers to those questions, to those problems. That is, set the general guidelines in order for each municipality to be able to classify its buildings at the level of typology, to collect all the necessary data pertaining to their buildings, and then propose specific measures for the energy upgrading, specific to the typology or the classification of the building. So this is a project which acts in support of the municipality. So we collaborated with the municipality of Heraklion, Crete, with other partners from other countries. So each time that we proceeded with the implementation of an activity, we had always in mind that the impact of the tool would be horizontal for all municipalities of the country, across the country. So when we built this tool, we wanted it to be used by other municipalities as well. So our objective is to develop a support system, a management support system that will be used by any municipality in order to proceed with the energy upgrading of its buildings. So the project achievements via this Impulse project. 6 pilot cities participated. So we established libraries based on the available building stock of the municipalities. We also set up GIS-based information system, and we performed the typologies, and we developed the indicators for energy efficiency, thus regarded the shell of the building as well as the building material and all the consumption of the building. And then we proceeded with the specific characteristics of the buildings and the eligibility, let's say, of the upgrading measures that we could have delivered. I will spare you with the very many technical details. I would just like to show you all the partners in this project. So we made sure that for every project partner, you see on the map the countries: Bosnia-Herzegovina, France, Spain, Italy, and Greece. So we made sure that at the level of each country there will be at least one couple of partners. So one local authority, municipality, coupled with a technical specialty partner, if you like, so a technical advisor, a university, a research institute that would be in a position to support the municipality throughout the project. Because let us be frank and sincere, the municipalities and the local authorities are staffed with, let's say, human resources with a technical background. However, there are some issues. There is huge workload, so they cannot really, let's say, deep dive into such projects because they have their everyday business to run from their obligations, let's say, and their mandate, the municipality and the citizens. And the second issue has to do that they are not so much updated with the state-of-the-art technologies, and they're not kept abreast with the latest, let's say, research and academic knowledge. So for us and Mr. Stavrakakis, it was very useful to be able to, let's say, proceed with this mix, with this matching, because we were also supported at the level of the research center, because we had real-life knowledge from the field and not just, let's say, back-office knowledge based on the projects that we had designed in our offices. So, briefly, we had a typology clustering. For each typology, we developed KPIs and energy analysis indicators. For instance, let's say that there are 200 buildings at the level of a municipality. We proceeded with breaking them down in typologies based on their use, the building material, and so on and so forth. Since we did not have, let's say, the possibility to proceed with a specific analysis per building, we isolated the ambassador building, the most representative building in the typology. So we made the necessary calculations for this ambassador building, and then we reproduced it for the rest of the buildings in the same typology. So this is an XLS format environment. So via this XLS format, you can, an interested party can fill in all the information, feed this XLS format with the typology of XYZ building, and then the XLS format will reproduce the results and the indicators based on the typology. Also, we have developed another IT tool in order to support you in prioritizing the typologies, where to begin with, and to know whether the measures that you plan to adopt would rather be, let's say, groundbreaking upgrading measures, or small-scale measures, or minimal-scale measures, for example. Of course, the PPT presentation is abundant with information, but I am certain that it will be made available to all participants. For example, here you see buildings owned by the municipality of Heraklion. This is mainly school buildings. So small, medium and large scale interventions and radical renovation projects as well. I would like to note that when we discuss energy upgrading measures for a building, we are of the opinion that we shouldn't proceed straight away with the electromechanical installations upgrading without taking into account the building shell. This is something that I have learned from my university years, let's say, as a student. So you should never proceed with the electrical mechanical investment and then, let's say, leave to their mercy the shell of the building, the insulation, the window frames, the doors, and so on. So there is a building with major deficiencies. Therefore, if you only upgrade the electrical mechanical investment, then your investment will not be cost effective because there will be a lot of potential that will be missed. Now, before concluding my presentation, I would like also to say that we have seen that there was tremendous interest on behalf of the municipalities and also by the ministry under its mandate we operate. And since last year, those tools and the XLM formats are available on the website of the ministry, so under the SEAC plan. All those tools are available, and of course at the level of our Center for Renewable Energy Sources and Saving, we are at your disposal in order to support any municipal authority in their plans for energy upgrading. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting project, and the ambassador buildings concept as such is interesting. So I believe that if we stick to a time allocated, then we can have Q&A. Let's now again discuss buildings, but let's give the floor to an engineer. Christos Papandous, Spatial Planning and Regional Development Master of Engineering and Project Manager. He's a peer. He is working for Anatoliki SA, an organization for local development. Mr. Papandous is going to discuss MED-ENERGE, joint actions for energy efficiency. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us on behalf of Anatoliki SA. If you don't know, Anatoliki SA began in the area of Eastern Thessaloniki since 2021, has become an organization for local development. Anatoliki SA is working in various fields such as environment and infrastructure, energy, the circular economy, sustainable tourism, amongst others. Energy, as we are called, in a nutshell, I'll try to take up just less than 10 minutes. Energy is pertinent to Priority Access 2. Special Objective 2.1 to be exact. 11 partners from 9 Mediterranean countries worked with us. The budget is 2.26 million euros. The duration of the project was 36 months and Anatoliki SA was the lead partner. This is a map of the project partners. This is optimum geographical spread. We had partners from Cyprus all the way to Malta and over to the Iberian Peninsula. General objectives: to enhance coordination and performance of sustainable energy action plans. Municipalities have their own sustainable energy action plans, or SEAPs, to meet their efficiency targets for public buildings. By sharing SEAP data and best practices, the project aims to reduce the implementation gap Interreg wanted to usher in joint actions as an idea. This is a chart. Activities and outputs wise. This is a three-pronged slide. We have joint actions in public buildings, that's one. Then you have finding the right funding tools, and of course you need the stakeholders. Joint actions in public buildings, financing tools, involvement of local stakeholders in public building energy audits. Then we had to load everything up on a shared platform, so that's the other part, web platform or energy efficiency measures, in order to have homogenized data entered there, and then you can look up and find what you're looking for. And the last chunk of activities and outputs concerned training courses for public employees. So joint actions coordinator. So we train people how to use the platform and how to, at a later stage, become joint actions coordinators. In our case, we teamed up with the municipalities of Permi, of Kalamaria, and of Pilea Hortiatis, 3 municipalities in the wider area of Thessaloniki. They drafted their own plans, so they had recorded and registered the consumption of the public buildings, and so we had a joint tender, a common tender, for 12 public buildings in Fermi, Pilea and Kalamaria, so in all 3 municipalities, to get certificates, energy certification for their buildings. So we tried to look at the goals as they were set forth in the respective SEAP of each local authority. We also took into account the current situation and we created a database. We also proceeded with upgrades later. So for every municipality, we wanted to look into scope for developing RES. We also investigated the institutional framework to see whether there was scope for joint actions to be undertaken between and amongst the 3 municipalities. The next step involves the exploration of financial tools, plus we prioritized including building infrastructures in the energy upgrade program. And it would be nice if you shared with us, or rather, had we known the results of Impact Impulse, then we would have been helped a lot. And then joint actions implementation, always selection of institutional framework. In our case, we had to choose between either a program agreement between the municipalities and the supporting agency, that is us, or the establishment of an energy community. So we were lucky. Back then, the energy communities were institutionalized, so we opted for the latter, that is the establishment of an energy community. There were certain advantages compared to a program agreement. For instance, there was no limit to the duration, plus some peri-urban municipalities were given scope to take advantage of RES and have stations, power stations, and then give energy to other municipalities. So there were many advantages to establishing an energy community compared to the agreements we would normally sign at that point. And then with regard to the web platform, we had spreadsheets for all municipal buildings, the location, the type, the energy efficiency class, lighting, insulation, so on. The web platform is like this. We're using an open GIS background. Each and every partner entered their own building data. That's how we entered the data. general characteristics, energy characteristics, surface area, consumption, engineering and mechanical features, energy certificates, energy efficiency certificates, and then possible fittings, retrofittings and upgrades, and the cost thereof. And then, last but not least, there was a 2-day event, a training event hosted, aiming at getting the technical staff of all 3 municipalities trained. So we discussed energy audits, near-zero energy buildings, net metering, financial tools, and we certainly talked about energy communities in the framework of this 2-day event, and we showed them the platform and how to use it. That's it. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Φυσικά δεν είναι...
Thank you very much. Of course, it is never too late to have new partnerships. The new programming period has just started, and there are, of course, various mechanisms to have clustering. We also have the third mission under which you can have a grouping of such projects. So congratulate on both of you for this achievement. So your best practice to be uploaded on the ministry's website, and a very good lesson for the energy community. Now, so from buildings, we move on to transportation from one region to another. And we will give the floor to Mr. Dimitris Kokos-Houlis, who is the project manager and managing director at Dynamic Vision SA. So you have the floor for a project under Interreg. Thank you very much for this invitation. We are very pleased to be part of this panel because in this Interreg family, we have been members for many years, and we have been responsible for the implementation of many projects. However, if we were to discuss this project, we need to make a journey back to 2016. So upon its inception and the design of the project, we would be discussing, can you envisage this possibility to have an electrical car from Athens to Lisbon? Out of curiosity, how many of you do you drive an electrical car? 1, 2 people in a whole room. So why? Because there are many problems around it. First of all, it is not affordable, it is very expensive, and there are also problems as regards everyday, let's say, mobility transportation. So what are those problems? First of all, there are no charging points or enough number of charging. Number 2, I cannot locate where they are, and not all models of cars are, let's say, manufactured with the online application that identifies the point of charger. So when you arrive at this point, how shall I proceed? I will use a credit card, I use my mobile phone and an application. Will there be, let's say, a match from an application point of view? So there are several issues which still remain unresolved. So in 2016, when we initially designed this project and we had started to discuss electromobility, not only regionally but transnationally, it was a major innovation, a project with 16 partners, with 12 countries, and an overall budget of 5.74 million euros. So starting, testing and capitalization phases, because it was a strategic project. So we wanted to address specific issues and problems. First of all, the policies on electromobility. Second, we contacted the municipalities in order for such policies to be rolled out. We were supported, of course, by universities in order to integrate the technological aspects, and we also established the clusters that in order to let's say, have the network and the collaboration between all those partners, and an advocacy and communication dimension in order to to raise the awareness on this project. This is why we had 4 let's say, ministries as partners involved, 5 regions, and also several, let's say, academic partners and the private sector companies. So the project was aimed at the following. We wanted to draft, test, and improve the sustainable electromobility plans and how we can have transnational, cross-border such plans. And we would succeed in doing so via 3 pilot projects. So the objective from the pilot projects were to design common policies and common standards on electromobility. A simple example: a while ago I made a trip abroad in Central Europe, and I wanted to rent an electrical car, and I am stressing, Central Europe, away from coastal areas, marine areas, and so forth. So one would expect that it would be simpler. So I rent the car. It is never fully charged. It is 70% charged, and there is a specific, let's say, limit of kilometer that you are entitled, let's say, to run. So this is called distance anxiety. Will I make it to the next charging point? Is there, let's say, enough charging level? So I identify, thanks to my GPS, that the next charging point is at 100 kilometers away, and with a specific kilowatt, let's say, power, 150 or so. So I felt comforted. So I arrive at this point. When I try to plug in, then the application is rejected because you have to download and install the application. So, okay, I use the QR code to install it. But if you want to register, you need to have a cell phone registered with the country where you are. But how can this be possible? Because they have to send you apparently a QR code so to make the payment. So I drive away to the next charging point, an extra 100 kilometers. Another QR code. I download a different application this time. Different application. So I succeed in registering, signing in. I pay, I use my credit card, and then I'm plugged in. And before I have completed, I have another driver, another car next to me plugged in. So all of a sudden, instead of, let's say, an intensity of full intensity, it is reduced by half. Anyway, the process is completed and I drive away. I have to park the car at some point. Then a different application from the parking lot, once again a QR code to download it, to install it, just to park the car. And the question comes up, for how long will you be staying? Well, I don't know. How can I know? It says 8 hours per hour for parking the car and for charging your battery. So you realize the cost. That was in Norway, by the way, 8 euros per hour. But okay, don't be surprised, because in Florence, for example, when the parking lots are of scarcity, they would charge you even 10 euros per hour to park the car. So what I'm trying to say is that the problems are there, are real-life problems, and all those policies designed have never taken into account the user's side and the user's experience, if you like. So when you have the policies designed, for example, for sea transportation, the ship, for example, should be equipped with all those applications and etc. But will there be compatibility? Will there be user-friendliness when it comes to paying, when it comes to using the application? Now, in the second pilot program, we combined electromobility with electrical bicycles as well. And the third pilot, which was one of the most innovative in my view, is dubbed City Logistics. So we had charging stations in order to reduce the environmental footprint at the level of the agri-food sector. So in Marseille, in a market, we had this charging station for all the EVs vehicles that would come into this market, and there were merchants of products, actually. So this is how we managed to have the environmental footprint reduced at the level of the agri-food sector as well. Now, of course, there was a great ambition at the level of the major output of this project. However, we developed this ICT platform. So we know where are the charging points or charging stations. There were 32, 33 totally. And all of this project was funded by an Interreg, not a Horizon project. So we were in a position to know the location of the charging stations and the e-vehicles purchased via this project. So all this information on the platform. And perhaps the most considerable output beyond the policy recommendations, the guidelines, is the following. In the regions where the charging stations were established, we succeeded in having the local authorities staff and leaders to use EVs. So electromobility was made part of their mindset. So in the region of Thessaly, I'm very pleased because we have become friends with the region of Thessaly. I don't know how many vehicles were purchased after this project. So little by little, electromobility became part of their everyday lives. So many events, conferences promoting this project. More than 700 people participated in those regional open days that we organized. And let us not forget that all that took place in the COVID period. And I believe that we exceeded let's say the level of objectives met by 70%. Now, you talked about regional collaboration and the EU SARE strategy, macro-regional strategies. I would say that electromobility is the example par excellence for transnational collaboration, because in the past we had an ENERMOB project which was under the umbrella of the Interreg ADRION, but it was a project of a smaller scale, and we wanted to, let's say, have it upscaled a bit. And we had the municipality of Italia, and another partner was the region of the Peloponnese, and they became afterwards the leader partner. I could go on and talk for hours because indeed, I get carried away. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for highlighting interoperability and the significance thereof. Thank you for highlighting the fact that when, for instance, you want to promote the idea of e-mobility, states must take into account the journey of users. This is a big venture, and if only eventually, thanks to such projects, the Mediterranean will teach a few things to Central and Northern Europe. We're here to see how it plays out. Let me now give the floor to another representative of transport. We will be talking about multimodal transport and maritime mobility. Let me welcome Ms. Olga Naziri, Director of Research, Higher Education and Research, and CSR Democritos. She will be presenting us with Super LNG. Good afternoon. This was the first time that we were working on an indirect project. It was new for me. And in Democritos, we don't have many indirect projects. We have more Horizon, other such research projects in Democritos instead. And there was a lot of bureaucracy. This is a disadvantage, and there was no advance payment, which is a big issue for many organizations. Now, having said that, we are an institute, we are a lab that works in industrial system security and safety. For instance, we work for refineries, propane, ammonium, toxic substances facilities, and in collaboration with other European entities and academia, we came up with an idea to work in the field of LNG safety and security at the level of ports and transportation, but also on board. Back in 2017, we looked into us establishing a consortium, and we contacted many ports in Greece and in Italy, and they were very willing to work with us. There are European directives saying that we have to slash emissions considerably so by the year 2030, and so LNG is a type of fuel that we could use to that end. It is treated as a transitional fuel until we come up with something cleaner, for instance, RES or hydrogen. But so far we can use LNG. In the transition, already LNG is used widely in the Baltic Sea and in Spain too. So we established a consortium. Here are the partners, 7 partners from 6 different countries, involving research centers from Greece, Italy, Slovenia, and ports, the various port authority, Patras Port Authority, Dubai Port, the Italian Fire Department, and also 6 associate partners, some of which were more active, other less active, but there was always a transfer of know-how and exchange of knowledge. When we talk about safety, LNG, one of the things we were concerned with was ship-to-shore LNG bunkering. You can do it in various ways, depending on which stage you are. For instance, you can use fracs and lorries, so you could use fixed reservoirs, or use ship-side bunkering, depending on the port too. So we embarked on a geographical analysis. We analyzed first and foremost the standards, European standards that apply, but also in other countries, what happens globally. We looked into bibliography and reference and articles, and it turns out that in the past few years, there's a noticeable increase of using LNG, not just in the sector of transport, but generally speaking, LNG is picking up amidst other fuels. And since we're talking about deliverables and we were worried, we were working in the field of safety, we drafted a manual, so guidelines for proper reporting, guidelines for evaluation of safety reporting, guidelines for safety reporting, guidelines for emergency planning in case there's a big accident, for instance. Major steps. I'm not going to dwell on this. Of course, you need to identify the risks and hazards, then discuss the scenarios and after the accident sequence modeling, you have to see the frequency and discuss the consequences. There may be accidents while on board or while loading arm, unloading section, fuel ship and bunker ship. As you see, 3 different chapters. These are the outcomes, total individual risk contours, at the level of the ports. For instance, it turns out that LNG does not beget many hazards, so you could use it at the level of ports. And then most of the projects expect a network of experts to be built, and that's why we got in touch with LNG safety experts from various European countries, 17 experts in total. So we have 22 organizations, 17 universities, 14 different organizations. That also happened while the pandemic was still raging. We had lots of Skype meetings, and we also provided assistance to the partners. Communication activities. We held a big conference at Democritus. There were 85 participants in that conference from various countries, and we also held training courses and webinars. Sometimes we offer the training courses on the occasion of conferences, other conferences, but during the pandemic we had webinars instead. 5 different courses for that matter. And we had Moodle courses, meaning online courses that, like the ones that universities normally offer. So anyone can take advantage of them whenever they wish. And then we went on with LNG Plus. Super LNG Plus also helped us to offer more training courses, and we took part in other conferences to disseminate information and the outcomes. This was a small budget we're talking about, so it was a short period, which brings me to conclusions. The project began with us reviewing the legislation, the standards and the guidelines regarding LNG safety at ports. We reviewed literature on scientific papers for safety at ports storing LNG. We identified the gaps, and our core deliverables are the following. Guidelines which are on offer via our website: guidelines for safety reporting evaluation, guidelines for emergency planning, as I said before. Moreover, amongst the deliverables we have, or the outputs, training and educational framework courses. It's there. You can take advantage of that, and thank you for your attention.
Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά, κυρία Ανεζήρη.
Thank you so much, Madam Aneziri, because you talked about the initial and the subsequent project in the framework of the 10 minutes that you had available. And now we'll give the floor to our last speaker for this panel, Mrs. Miro Vali, PhD civil engineer, specialized as a transport engineer, and she works at the Center for Research and Technology, ELAS Center, at the Hellenic Institute of Transport. She has a broad experience at the level of transportation and mobility, and the topic today is multimodal mobility in the Adriatic-Ionian region, and the name of the project is Interconnect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because for us at EKETA, at this Center for Research and Technology, ELAS, Madam Provelaki, as well as myself and colleagues, this multimodal mobility and under the umbrella of such projects, we find indeed our interest in synergies. So we will discussing multimodal mobility in the urban and the peri-urban environment, and Interconnect is one of the and Interconnect Plus for the extension period were the umbrella programs for our projects. Now, unfortunately, there was a technical issue with our program, Prezi. Therefore, we will be forwarding you with an updated version of my presentation. This being said, Madam Morfoulaki was the coordinator of the first project, and that gave us the possibility to connect with other projects as well. So there was an inter-program collaboration, if you like. Now, Interconnect was submitted as a proposal under the interconnected region. The lead partner was Igoumenitsa, so 10 partners, out of which 2 Greeks, associated partners, one of which Greek, 1.6 million euros, 381 for the Greek partners, and we completed the project at the end of 2020 with some extension for the administrative procedural matters. Now, this is also something to be seen in a continuity, because it was a Southeast Europe project, and we were based on the South for Sea initiative. So we still have some partners on board. So we have Igoumenitsa, which was not a partner at the time, and we have a social partner, the municipality of Ioannina. So we deliver the workshops for transferring of capacity. As a public entity, we supported all regions. So we took the results from the local to the regional and transnational level, which is the objective in such projects. So we act locally, but we also transnationally, and vice versa, as we have said. So from Italy, we had the Regione Emilia-Romagna, which is the managing authority, and the institute transferred for logistics, along with the public transportation provider. CEI, Central European Initiative in Italy, with Ljubljana, with the Regional Development Agency. From Croatia, the railways of Croatia, and Montenegro, Port of Bar. It is a very popular partner in the first call, so I'm sure there will be very common points in this call as well. In Albania, from Authority from Transportation, and the Chamber of Commerce in Serbia. So I focus on the partners and the people that staff those partners, because this is what synergy is about. You have to have people with a vision, but this is not enough. You need to have synergies with partners, with municipalities and the local society, the local community, if you like. So we had interconnected intelligence. This is this entire, let's say, circle of all the participating partners in order to design the first pilots and also to assess the transnational results of the project. 8 pilot areas, regions, one from Greece, Igoumenitsa, a new bus line from the port, which is the key portal of access to the Adriatic Sea, with the center of the city, and other sites of interest in the city, in the town of Igoumenitsa, We have a transnational memorandum of understanding, a roadmap that I'm about to discuss later on, but I would say that this is the most important aspect of the project, this transnationality dimension. Now, we also performed, and we were very glad to do so, because it was before the pandemic in 2018, to do in situ surveys with participants, with hundreds of questionnaires of people involved, and so locally and transnationally. 4 webinars, 1 toolkit, in which we have integrated very user-friendly graphs, but also supported by scientific approaches. So, what did we deliver? The 8 pilots, as I said. So, to move on to the next level, transnational level, if you like. So we were able to extract the structural results of those 8 pilots, and we have categorized them in categories. So many contacts and communication with the entities and the bodies based on the various webinars, workshops. We discussed the state of play, we got their feedback and then assessment, and we concluded to the interconnect roadmap, which is the strategy for the project. This is our proposal to have by 2050 the sustainable transportation, if you like. So the proposal is not so much about hubs from the beginning because it requires big budgets. So the hubs is towards the end of the project, but we are based on the vision that we need to have a common, let's say, way of understanding between the Adriatic and the Ionian Sea, and to engage in a consultation with the entities and the bodies in order to have a continuity in this effort. Towards the end of the project, we all know what happened. Apparently, it is the COVID period or something, and this is why we were able to have this project phased in the next programming period. So this is why we want to know what have been the lessons learned from the pandemic. What can we do in order to have sustainable projects? Is it indeed a return before the pandemic status quo in the same situation, this back to normalcy, or is it something different that we need to discuss about? So concepts such as sustainability were revetted with a different meaning. So what did we do in this case? We have three phases. With the COVID pandemic, when you had the first strict lockdown measures, then the relaxation of measures, and the lifting of measures. So during those phases, we examined the situation locally, transnationally, regionally, and of course, we saw what was the impact on tourism, which was deeply hit, we all know. We evaluated, we assessed rather the measures in different categories. We interviewed citizens, and we zoomed in the period 2022-2025. So we zoomed in, if you like, in the form of a forecast based on our initial action plan, and have the lessons learned from the pandemic incorporated in order to have an updated, let's say, outcome for the future. So new situations, new challenges, new thoughts. And in conclusion, indeed, thanks to the clusters of this program, we were able to collaborate with other projects. We set up those roadmaps, we enlarged them with the outcomes from other projects, and already there were synergies in place between Interreg Europe and Interreg ADRION, because all the knowledge, all the follow-up from citizens was incorporated in another project, Interreg Smart for Central Macedonia. So by utilizing marketing techniques, you can raise the awareness of the citizens and have them on board this green mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations on the project and on providing people scope to connect this to Interreg Europe. I mean, as organizations, as communities, and in different clusters, our role, amongst others, encompasses the promotion of synergies. And there's a technical issue, I think, or rather, let me state that we have caught up. So we've saved time. So there's time for Q&A. Therefore, and please raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, should you have questions or queries. Let me start from the first speaker. Ms. Fakianakis, a question on ambassador buildings based on your experience in this project. Can the ambassador buildings concept be transferred? Is it replicable? And are there different capacities and scope and difficulties depending on the country where you will be implementing the project? Thank you for the question. When it comes to the ambassador buildings notion, it was not part of the initial plan. The concept of having one iconic building, one ambassador building for each typology was not there in the initial plan, but it was the outcome of the difficulties we had in collecting data about municipal buildings. So it emerged through our effort, and we devoted about 6 months of our time, each and every country in the respective municipality that was partner, in order to compile data. Since it turned out that for many buildings not enough data was available as concerns their energy consumption, we came up with the idea of an ambassador building. This was a building that we had a lot of data about, so we did the analysis about this particular building, and then, as I said during my presentation, we projected the results in the rest of the buildings. We did that in all 6 pilot cities, and we did so successfully. Yes, I obviously think that this is transferable, it is replicable, it can be used in other cases in other municipalities, because there's no doubt in my mind, the whole process of collecting data is very time-consuming, and it's also quite tiresome. It's wearing on your soul. I mean, there are so many different buildings, different departments are in charge of them within the context of municipality, so this is making the collection of data even tougher, and unfortunately, collecting data is the first thing that needs to be done. There was a second question, but I've forgotten about it. What was your question about? Can you replicate that, and to what extent? Is it difficult or not so difficult from country to country? Well, it's a good thing that the Environment Ministry by now expects municipalities to draft their own energy efficiency, building energy efficiency plans. And both in Greece but also throughout Europe, the local authorities have to play a protagonist role, a leading role in terms of energy upgrades. And you cannot play such a role if you work in a piecemeal manner. You can't just select this and that building based on this and that call. So you have to have a plan instead. You have to have a purpose. That is why the Greek state, decided it's imperative for each municipal building to have a plan for the energy efficiency of their buildings. So let's have a plan for that, and then you can have the instruments, the financial instruments help. So yes, what we did in the context of Impulse has been capitalized on through the individual municipal building energy upgrade plans. Thank you, says the moderator. And let me add another thing, if I may. Proper planning culture of the next steps is helpful in terms of capitalizing on results. It's very difficult for us to capitalize on results when there's no foreseeable steps to be followed. It's very difficult within the context of one single project to put in place all the pieces and build the whole scale. So it's tough when you have a specific duration for a project, if you have a specific budget. For instance, you came up against this problem and you came up with the idea, the concept for the ambassador building. So you have to be very realistic about problems. You have to be very rational in your approach to finding quick solutions in order to move forward. And I think this is one of the biggest achievements in the context of your project. Thank you very much, Ms. Vagianaki, to your response to my question. And now over to Mr. Papandos, who mentioned the plans that Ms. Vagianaki just mentioned too. You were fortunate enough, Mr. Papandos, to be executing a project, to be working on a project that is certainly fitting and matches the priorities of the national government and also municipality. How do you believe this can be taken advantage of? How can we capitalize on this project at a national and a local point of view, since there is this plan for energy buildings? The platform we built for the project can be taken advantage of to begin with. I mean, we had this platform and entries were made, and this included all the buildings in all 3 municipalities. So this is there. This is the substratum, if you will. You can take advantage of that. You can win time. Remember, we have everything about the shell, the consumption, this and that, energy certification, everything is there. So you can save time, you can step up and, says the moderator, maybe there's scope to combine some pieces of your methodology. Although I don't work in the public sphere, in the public sector, I guess this makes it easier for others, your peers, to agree on certain standards to follow. Mr. Kosioulis, you said that there were certain interoperability issues from one country to another, from one location to another, from one charger model to another. In your opinion, what are the biggest difficulties in this project spreading further? Technological limitations, institutional limitations, legislative ones? What do you think? Well, let me say this first. When you have a strategic project, by nature and by definition, it is complicated. The fact that you have the regions, various ministries are involved, makes things complicated to begin with. And we had to build infrastructure in this particular project. That's why things were more elaborate. There were processes and procedures to be followed in order for calls to happen, for tenders to happen, for the charges and everything. And 2 years had to go by. You were waiting, and in the meantime the regional governor was changing, the minister was changing. This was one of the biggest issues for us, because had some things been resolved promptly, then I believe we would have had more time to pick up speed and maybe roll this out even better. So this was a fundamental problem. On the one hand, it's good to have the infrastructure, to build the infrastructure, but then again, the processes were really complicated. They were elaborate. The procedure was. So when we had this project, when we started out on this project, there was nothing about e-mobility, nothing at the level of even the central government. Circular economy, for instance, the plan was drafted 2 years ago. So getting funding for electric vehicles to be purchased, we just got the money. And the first ones have been bought, and now we're embarking on the second round of such purchases. I mean, time-wise, yes, it was all new. There was red tape. And it's also a matter of acceptance as we speak. Your first reaction to e-mobility is, but the vehicles are too expensive now. If only things were different. We're trying, and I believe that to a certain extent we managed to have a shift in mentality through this project. And now there's another issue. Well, right, you have you've used them, and what about the chargers? So it's nice. The Interreg is here. We had the project, and now what about the continuity? How do we go on? So we have to once again convince people about what we built so far and the usefulness after the end of the project. Platforms everywhere. People on this panel are referring to respective platforms. So I hear talk about this and that platform. All right, the platform is there, but who's going to find out about it? Suppose that someone logs on the web and finds whether, thanks to us, where there's the next charger. So what I'm driving at is that this takes a lot of effort. We have to talk about it. Thank you very much, says the moderator, and this is a very important takeaway message. Even when you have projects that focus on policies, it's very important to have sustainability. You have to have a business model. Maybe you need a business model, especially when you create new infrastructure or when you make a new platform, a new tool like this one. So at the end of the project, this ought to be provided free of charge, but nonetheless, at the end of the project, you have to know in advance what is going to happen to the tool. And can I add something else? Yes, at the region of Thessaly and the Peloponnese, they kept it open for longer. So you have to acknowledge that the fact that the chargers were open and available to the public up until recently. Right, says the moderator, and I think that from a timing point of view, Greece in various municipalities came up with a plan, and there was a study, and there was talk of a legacy. A legacy was there, and timing was good and worked, since we're talking about e-mobility. Yes, but for instance, there was this maker, this and that, who got this in place, and then someone else, apparently, according to the plans, the political planning, someone else will benefit. You said something very interesting, Mrs. Anaziri. You said that this was the first time that you took part in this, in a project like that. You talked about red tape. You also referred to something else. In the framework of your project, you had to build a network of experts, you said, and I guess this was something that you wouldn't have done in a different situation. Because now these projects oblige us to strengthen networking, and this calls for time and hard work. I was wondering, do you believe that building the network actually provided you with added value? And if yes, what was the value thereof? Although red tape is one of the cons, networking was one of the pros, so it's an advantage. I wouldn't beg to differ. It was relatively easy for us to create a network, and everybody was happy to be part of the network. But the thing is, how do you keep it going? How do you preserve and maintain that? How do you come up with actions and activities? It's not always easy. Is there some entity participating in this network that is in charge of keeping it alive? Or is it maybe the subject of another upcoming proposition? No, there's not one single entity that is keeping it alive because it's the goal. The courses, we keep them alive ourselves. It's not a matter of money, but you have to decide actions and activities and coordinate people in order to keep the networking alive. It's not a matter of money, apparently. And what about the added value thereof? During the project, what was the added value of creating a network? The added value, first and foremost, was benefiting the ports. The ports were told about the possibility of LNG, and apparently they're interested. Some ports got Interreg money. Not necessarily from us or through us, the research entities and partners in the program and project. There were other organizations that helped the ports eventually. I think that if we had the opportunity to talk with all here, that is the Piraeus Port Authority, everybody was happy. That's great, says the moderator. Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Mirovali. Kyria, you made a presentation filled with examples and initiatives. There's the PowerPoint presentation you're aware of. Yes, I am, and that's why I'm insisting on this, because this is coming from a pro-synergy, pro-capitalization of synergies entity. What is the ideal legacy for this effort, or what the ideal legacy would be like, since we're talking about specific fields of mobility in view of 2050, the whole vision, and so on and so forth? Our motto is exactly your motto. Let's co-plan. So planning together, joint collaboration and synergies. Our previous projects always counted on that, and so is this. Integrated tourism and mobility planning is the last project we're working on. This is again Interreg. There was a platform. It's intertwined with our Interconnect Plus outcomes. So I believe that this integration, this coupling, this joint planning is working, and it applies to everything that we do at the level of our institute and in all fields, I guess. Thank you very much as the moderator, and I'd like to check with you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Do you have any questions?
Αν όχι, νομίζω ότι...
Apparently there's a question. Yes, please.
Γεια σας, Υπουργέ Εθνικής.
Hello, I'm from the Ministry of National Economy and Finance. First of all, congratulations on all of you and Madam Sfakianaki. We are among the recipients of such projects. I would like to know whether you are the competent person to contact about the technical fishes, because there is a remaining, let's say, part of the projects that is not yet being completed. So that is a problem for us, because in accordance with law 4342, the buildings based on the threshold of 200 square meters are not being included in the plans SEAC for the energy building upgrade. So what is your view on that? First of all, I would like to say that this is not under the competency of our competency, but under the Ministry of the Environment. We only act in a consultancy role. On the website of the ministry, you may see us as the consultancy body. However, there is a call center to contact directly the ministry. Of course, I am aware of this issue because we get calls from the municipalities with lots of questions as regards the implementation of this upgrade of buildings, because there is no, let's say, model report on which the municipalities can build on and have their own plan designed. Now, the issue you raised about the number of square meters, this is stated at some point. Normally, what we do is that we advise that the plan of a municipality should include the total number of buildings, and in any case, in many municipalities there are many buildings that are below this square meter threshold. I would like to know, are you faced with a specific problem in your body? Yes, I forgot to mention that I work at the regional unit of coordination for the regional programs, and we have received, let's say, various claims, and there are litigation processes ongoing. Now, of course, many of them have not yet been ruled upon definitely, so we would like to know what are your views, your expertise, your advisory opinion as to how to tackle those processes. Of course, this is not an issue that is of interest to all the participants, but anyway, this is a key question for us. To my knowledge, only 15 such plans, SEACs, have been submitted, and this is rather problematic. Thank you for the question, because it may sound as if a problem specific to this body, because there is this litigation process as well in progress. However, the SEAC plan for the upgrading of the buildings is considered mandatory, and this is the point that we should raise. It is mandatory if mandatory for eligibility in other projects. This is part of the new guidelines that is forwarded to the municipal authorities. So there is special reference made, and it states that if a municipality is to be eligible for any project, they would have to have completed this SEAC plan first. So given the small rate of plans submitted, 15 municipalities, you said, many issues will be raised, and we will have the opportunity to further discuss it during the lunch break. But indeed, we need to clarify this aspect, and thank you for bringing this up. Any other questions? Yes. Allow me to come back to the sustainability of the results. So at the end of the project, and an Interreg project, for instance, is completed, and once it is completed and the economic project object as well is completed, what do we do next? Yes, okay, you may have a project phased, or then a project coupled by an Horizon project, for example. But the Interreg projects are here and are designed because we want to pilot test an activity, and if it is and if it works, we need to see whether it makes an impact at the level of the behavioral change, not only at the policy design. So, at the level of practices and policies, this implies that each partner involved in the project should not be present just to get the fund, deliver an activity, and then forget all about it. But each partner, upon the inception of the project, they ought to think in what way they will be able to, let's say, continue with this project. Now, for example, if funding is required, one can apply at the level of the regional operational programs, for example. So, at least you need to have a mainstreaming of policies, because indeed this will make the change at the level of the policy implementation, because policies at the level of design are in place. The problem is implementation, especially as regards low carbon. The framework, the regulatory framework is there, adopted. But the question is, how do you put it in practice? So it is taking place little by little, but it takes a change at the level of mindset. Why do we want to be on board of a project in the first place, that is? So the local authorities, the municipalities, the public entities as well are staffed with human resources. However, there is a lack of continuity. There is no continuum, no ownership, because the echelons and the people working in those public entities strive for the project, work on it, deliver it, and then once it is completed, they forget about it. So there has to be a plan and transferability tool, but that's the end of it. There will be some transfer as well of projects, some extra funding, but still, after that is closed, what will happen? The only solution is for each public entity, for each agency, to have the ownership of the project afterwards as well. Yes, another intervention. We have an example from the municipality of Marseille. So once the project was completed, they have the investment in place, and they have it under their mandate, and they provide those charging stations and their installations to all the municipal vans for charging purposes. So this is a good example, a good practice. Yes, of course, but this is not the rule. And there are obstacles, of course. Let me state one obstacle, says Mr. Kokosioulis. So we strived in the next programming period to have electromobility as a priority, or a strategic, if you like, objective. And now, where is electromobility? Yes, the answer is that this is why you cannot go on with Interreg, or other operational programs, because there are other opportunities. So you need to focus on other windows of opportunity as well. Anybody else? Yes, there is another comment from the region of Thessaly. It is very important, of course, to have the funds, but there are other issues as well. Regulation, legislation. It is much more difficult to overcome obstacles in order to have projects, let's say, be implemented, and especially as regards regions and municipalities in Greece. We do not have, let's say, the mandate, the full mandate of a decentralized state. So we have experienced that in our projects, and I'm about to present it in the next panel. Of course, we managed to overcome obstacles successfully, but not all projects are concluded successfully. Thank you. And a last point. because we are beyond our time schedule. So no further comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Break.
Συγχαρητήρια. Όχι. Είναι δώρο. Είναι δικό σου. Να σου πω κάτι.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. My name is Aphrodite Lioliou. I work at Unit B for the management of the projects for this operational program. And I would like to thank you on this afternoon session, which focuses on finding joint solutions in preserving natural and cultural resources. We have distinguished guests with us and an excellent moderator, and I will give the floor to him right afterwards. So Mr. Mardikis is the Director of Institute for Circular Economy and Climate Change of European Public Law Organization, and you have the floor. Thank you. Actually, this is an honor for us, says Mr. Mardikis, to be the moderators at this panel. My name is Ioannis Mardikis, as has been said. I'm a specialist in transportation, and I have been involved in circular economy aspects for a long time now. Currently, I'm the Director of Institute of Circular Economy and Climate Change at the European Public Law Organization, and specifically I represent one of its 16 institutes, the one that I head, that is. EPLO has a presence in 17 countries and even more. The board of our organization comprises of 17 public entities, even countries, and of course universities. The EPLO head offices and bases are situated in Greece. However, we have offices in other countries as well, such as in Italy, Rome, Georgia, Cascais, and elsewhere. I'm also very proud because I represent an ambitious project from the new Euromed programming period, which is dubbed Dialogue for Tourism, which has a budget of 4 million euros, a big budget. It started in February 2023. And this project is about sustainable tourism. It is one of the two, let's say, major governance projects in the new architecture of the new programming period. It is our mandate and duty to bring together tourism sector entities and bodies and to bring them together in collaboration. So tourism is a very large sector, sometimes a fragmented one with many bodies and entities. So we will bring together and will, in order to collaborate, entities from both sides of the Mediterranean basin in order to produce important policies. And we aspire to our projects having an impact on future policies as well. Now, tourism and sustainable tourism, I will be very brief. As we speak, there is no sustainable tourism, there is only tourism. As regards the EU ecosystem, tourism is an industry that, based on 2019 data, because afterwards we had this crisis, so it's impossible to compare, so contributes to the GDP of countries of approximately 9.5%. So this is reflected in 6.5 million jobs. So those jobs are for the most part at the backbone of the economy. That is, at the level of 98-99%, they are micro businesses. So if we manage from our role and our mandate to have some changes take place in this sector, indeed, this will have a major societal impact. Now, as regards 2020, 70% of revenues were almost actually lost, which means 11 million jobs. So a set of challenges is before us. And at the level of the institution that I represent, I would put that after the COVID pandemic, the next key challenge has to do with the climate change and climate crisis. So all of us, we need to focus our efforts to come up with solutions. So I would say that the entire international community ought to focus on this problem, because this is a problem equal to the COVID pandemic. You may not have identified, but it is emerging, it is here. Now, of course, there are other challenges as well. That is the reduced, let's say, integration of IT tools in tourism. So we do not have smart tourism, we do not have specialized tourism, so circular economy in tourism is not there. And of course, we know that there is reduced resilience and reduced, let's say, proof against vulnerabilities against a medical pandemic, a medical situation, a warfare. And of course, tourism by itself is characterized by seasonality. So that was actually one of the key outputs that was identified in our project. So you have villages that are over-flooded, I would say, with visitors and tourists for 3 months, and all of a sudden you only have, let's say, a village with 15 inhabitants during the winter time. It is like a ghost village. However, during the peak tourism season, you have to have everything in place and in order: infrastructure, investments, networks, everything. So having said this, we'll go now to our panelists. We have with us Madame Chamitidou, Madame Veneti, Madame Kostidou, Madame Vlachogianni, Mr. Retsas, and Madame Pandazi. Thank you very, very much, all of you, for being here. So, Madame Chamitidou, the floor over to you. Thank you very much for this invitation to be part of this panel. And we would like to present one of the projects that we implemented in the previous programming period, which is the MED-Co-Evolve. We represent the region of East Macedonia and Thrace, and we were the lead partners for this project. So it is dubbed Co-Evolve, as you can see, and this is about promoting the co-evolution of human activities and natural systems for the development of a sustainable coastal and maritime tourism. So it was a co-funded program by Interreg Mediterranean, and it is under the financial priority 3.1, which is about sustainable tourism. The key objective of this project was to, let's say, examine and promote the co-evolution of human activities in order to have sustainable tourism in the coastal areas, but based on specific principles, that is the ICZM principles, the integrated management system of a coastal zone, and the MSP, the maritime special planning. So the overview of this project: a budget of 3 million, a timeline for implementation of 36 months, 12 partners, and 7 pilot areas. The typology of the partners: local authorities, universities, organizations such as Math, Valencia Port, and the 7 pilot areas on this map. That is regions from the northern basin of the Mediterranean. Now, the general objective of this project. Number one, to analyze the threats and the enabling factors for the sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean in those pilot areas in order to prove that there is sustainability and effectiveness of this design planning, which is based on the ICZM and the MSP, as I said earlier on. Now, further down, the project structure, the studying, the testing and the transferring. So phase number one, the analysis of the threats and threat factors, that is climate change, morphological stability, urbanization, bearing capacity, pollution, conflicts of interest at the level of uses in the sea and on the land. Now, the enabling factors, the measures to protect coastal areas, protection of the ecosystem, water management, transportation and accessibility. Also, at the level of the studying phase, we developed a toolbox, and this comprised indicators for sustainable tourism and coastal zones. So this is a toolbox very useful for anybody who would like to be involved in a tourism area in a sustainable activity. During this studying phase as well, we developed the guidelines and the strategies for tourism planning. Now, the sustainability toolbox, as I mentioned earlier, is the output of the studying phase. It was based on 3 main indicators. Based on the European tourism indicators systems, we selected 40 indicators out of this system, which were, let's say, specific to the tourism sustainability challenges in coastal areas, such as economy, society, and the environment. We also identify destination indicators because the initial indicators were not so specialized for our needs, and also indicators that were specific to the pilot areas. Now, at the level of the testing, so at the testing phase rather, the work package number 3, which was a studying phase, was implemented actually in the pilot areas. So we informed the involved entities at the level of integrated management and spatial planning, and at this phase as well, we had all involved stakeholders in the pilot areas participate in an active manner, that is, draft an action plan with strategic parameters related to sustainable development of tourism. Now, of course, the transferring phase is very important because it ensures that the activities and the outputs will be reproduced and continued. The main results from the 3 phases. Now, the studying phase the analysis performed at med scale. We developed a sustainability toolbox for tourism. The strategic planning on pilot areas which took into account the tourism sector, and also the enabling factors analysis and the examination on synthesis of the threats. For the testing phase, the main result was the application of the pilot actions in the pilot areas, and the final phase, the plan of the transferability of results at pilot areas scale, and also transferability at the scale of the Mediterranean areas, other areas apparently of the Mediterranean. Now, in our case, the region of Thrace and Eastern Macedonia, we had Keramoti and Alexandroupolis as the two pilot areas. So two areas with different pilot areas with different profiles. This is precisely the reason why we selected them. Now, this is the map. So this process was a participatory one. We organized 2 info days. We contacted the stakeholders in the pilot areas, and for each one we organized work meetings, so for all interested stakeholders. So first of all, we raised awareness, and then, of course, we informed them on aspects of coastal zones and sustainable tourism, in order, of course, to have their input, feedback, and draft the results report and the management plans. So essentially, we identified the threats and the favorable profile of such zones that could promote sustainable tourism in coastal areas. So we selected those 2 pilot areas, and the process was delivered in participation with the local bodies and stakeholders, and they were informed, of course, based on the parameters and indicators based on the MSP and ICZM. So the overall purpose was to have their proposals for solutions and the list of indicative funds that and resources overall that could be required for the solution of the problems and addressing the challenges. Thank you very much. However, I would like to further forward this presentation and share with you some information about the program. The important thing about Co-Evolve is that it was an activity that had already started before that through various other projects for Eastern Macedonia and Thrace for the coastal zone, namely COSTANS, a group of partners who worked on the coastal zone and its erosion. Then we had the Bologna Charter and another program, Coast Gap, and this is how we designed, if you like, developed the joint action plan. And this is when we used the term sustainable tourism in coastal zones, because it is not only about the erosion of coastal areas and the refilling, if you like, of this coastal area, which is a key parameter for countries such as Italy and Spain. We do not have this activity so much pronounced in Greece, if you like, but we also worked so much a lot with other dimensions having to do with tourism in coastal areas. This is why we included the threats and the favorable factors vis-a-vis the coastal zone. So this is how we had the Co-Evolve rolled out in collaboration with countries in the northern Mediterranean, and we concluded to the capitalization of Co-Evolve with in the form of another Co-Evolve program, including the southern and western Mediterranean basin, Tunisia and Lebanon, and this is how we gave continuity to our initial project by extending it to the northern side of the Mediterranean basin. Now, the difficulty with co-evolve is that it is a multifactorial, if you like, program, and it was not only about one issue, for example, erosion or climate change. It was a multidimensional, let's say, analysis that was required. And another issue, another challenge had to do with data required, sufficient amount of data in order to ensure secure results. And of course, if you examine only the northern part of the Mediterranean, this is not very relevant. You need to have combined data from both sides of the Mediterranean basin. So that was a brief overview and the background for this project. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, says the moderator.
You touched on a number of issues. The management plans that need to be there. If only they were equally needed as others, for instance, urban mobility, but they're coming. You've also talked about issues that we haven't even broached in Greece, but let me give the floor to the next project, that is Representative of the next project, Mrs. Vanetti. You mentioned your name, but not your capacity. I should have had right. Maria Hamididou just finished a presentation. She's the Deputy Head of Directorate of Technical Works, Environmental Structures Division, Region of East Macedonia and Thrace. And now over to Mrs. Angeliki Vanetti, Project Coordinator, Director of Industry, Energy and Natural Resources in the region of Thessaly. She will be discussing BlueMed. It's a very interesting project. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us to this meeting. We are very happy to be presenting the outputs and the outcomes of this very interesting project that we managed to roll out in the previous programming period, that is 2014-2020. This project, BlueMed, had a budget of about 2.8 million. It started back in November 2016 and its end date was the 31st of January 2020, that is 39 months. This project, or rather let me rephrase that, there were 5 pilot areas. You can see the map. 10 partners from 5 different countries: Spain, Italy, Croatia, Cyprus and Greece. The pilot areas. And this was a project about maritime cultural heritage or underwater museums, diving parks and knowledge awareness centers. We had Alonisos and the Parasitikos near Volos, then 2 in Italy. Last but not least, an area in Dubrovnik, close to Dubrovnik in Croatia. The objective of our project was to take advantage of and protect marine natural and cultural heritage, but also raise the awareness of the people, and along with sustainable and responsible development of tourism in the coastal areas and the islands of the Mediterranean. Which way? Now, we promoted this goal by coordinating and combining and also proceeding with the pilot operation of visitable marine archaeological sites and knowledge awareness centers for the public, which materialized in Italy, in Croatia and in Greece. These are some photos from the marine antiquities in a protected area, marine protected area Capo Rizzuto. This is an archaeological site. Here we have the pilot area of Alonisos. Let me be more specific. This is the shipwreck of Peristera. It's an ancient wreck, and the small photos next to the big one are photos of 3 different sites with wreckages in the Gulf of Parasitikos, again the same region, the region of Thessaly. Which brings me to some photos of a Croatian shipwreck in the Chaftak area. When it comes to these specific shipwrecks, let me go back. In the case of the classical shipwreck of Peristera, for instance, this is a photo that was taken after the cleaning of this area. So you see, after we intervene, because of our project, it's obvious that the image is different. And here you have some photos from Baia, close to Naples in Italy. This is another marine protected area. You see, in the previous photos, you saw ancient shipwrecks. Here you have an entire town, a city. It's been sunk. It's actually not too deep, so you can see it because there is a boat that can take tourists. So a boat, a glass boat, if you go snorkeling and the weather is good, you can actually go there. The waters are shallow there. Before I move on to the next slide, let me acquaint you with another fact. The partners also included, or rather there was the participation of the relevant ministries and the effort of Marine Antiquities of Greece. So they were very precious and useful associates for us throughout the project, because you see, when it comes to antiquities and archaeology as such, this is a very sensitive sector. And had there been no support provided by the aforementioned ministry and the effort, we couldn't have been able to move on, because there were many legislative issues and also implementation related issues. Now, there are certain advantages of this project. Remember when I said there were operations underwater, but there were also some operations and activities within the context of the knowledge awareness centers. We had the KACs, the knowledge awareness centers. There are certain advantages to their operation. You see, KACs can work round the clock, round the year, and this way we can extend the season, the tourist season. The KACs also provide revenue, generate revenues for the region. They increase publicity and the coverage for an area, and moreover, knowledge awareness centers can be a mechanism to raise the environmental awareness of the people through integrated information activities such as interactive exhibitions, educational activities, and others. Last but not least, knowledge awareness centers, KACs, continue to operate as we speak under the umbrella of the respective municipalities in Greece, or as part of museums in the cases of Croatia and Italy, because they are part of museums. Here in Greece, they fall under the competence of the Almiros municipality and the Alonisos municipality. There were some innovative services and technologies too. We had innovations happen within the scope of the KACs, and I'm going to show you more photos. There is the so-called Blue Med Drive Visit or Blue Med Virtual Museum, and also the Blue Med App for Marine Biology. The augmented diving system is amongst the innovative services and technologies. The augmented diving system is a solution designed to improve the experience of visitors. There's a tablet application which is also used for underwater navigation. So it's a guide when you go underwater. Last but not least, there's NUS, a prototype installation of an underwater self-powered system using solar panels. We placed it at the Peristera classical wreck in Alonisos, and so real-time we can visit it. I mean, the effort of underwater antiquities and coastal antiquities, I will explain more later, is keeping this up. So at any point in time, we can log on using NUS, the prototype installation, to check on the wreck. As you can understand, this is a very important advantage from every possible point of view. We can thus protect the wreck from being robbed, being destroyed, damaged, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is an archaeological site. These are more photos from the augmented diving reality system and the tablet app that we developed in the context of the project. These are photos that were taken from Greece, that is, the two archaeological sites that I mentioned before. And let me now show you some knowledge awareness centers photos. This is the KAC of Alonissos. On the left-hand side, you have the old school of Alonissos, that is downtown, the capital city of Alonissos Island. And then you see some of the rooms. For instance, we have a projection room in the Knowledge Awareness Center. Remember that I mentioned the dry visit and the app for marine biology. Then you have two photos thereof. These are from the day when we had the Amaliapolis Knowledge Awareness Center and the municipality of Almiros opening. Almiros is by the sea, a village in Parasitikos Gulf. These are photos from the inaugural event, and you see shots of the rooms and the facilities. This is the Croatian KAC chapter that is next to Dubrovnik. Part of this building is used as a KAC, and this is a couple of photos from Italy, Capo Rizzuto, the Knowledge Awareness Center. You see, this is a museum, and like I said before, and so these are two shots from the part of the facility that was used in the context of the project. Let me complement what I said before, and the dry visit, you see, and everything else as far as apps are concerned can help us all visit all the archaeological sites of the project. And of course, there's scope to add more, so you can add more locations, more sites in the future. We proceeded with many promotional activities. Among others, local events were held. These two photos were taken on the occasion of a number of events held in Alonissos. In one of the photos, you see the archaeologist who was managing this project. She is a US resident, and we flew her in to discuss and explain the Peristera archaeological excavation. There was huge publicity, not just through the local events, but also during the inaugural event. Unfortunately, I didn't include the inaugural event photos for the archaeological sites because we held such events in both the case of Peristera and Parasitikos. I'm talking about the coastal, the marine archaeological sites. The publicity, that the coverage was huge. See those 6 lines: the family tourism book, the British Family Traveler, the National Geographic channels such as CNN, the French news agency, Deutsche Welle, Lonely Planet, and dozens of other leading media highlighted the museum and other possibilities of the destination. They found about this all the way in China, so there was world coverage, worldwide coverage. This is very important for Greece because this was the very first time when we opened up diving tourism, and the scope thereof was taken advantage in Greece, and also certain legislative issues were resolved through this project. You see, this helped. From a legislative point of view, the initiative was taken, and here some awards. We also took part in the Interreg contest that was held in Brussels. We received 2 awards, one for social media and one for presentation. We have also received from the European network the top prize for innovation and digitalization. We've received various awards and distinctions. Amongst others, we got the European Year of Cultural Heritage label for 2018. We took part in many conferences which we were invited at, and we made presentations. Amongst others, you see this is on the left hand side to the top of this slide a photo from Vienna taken back in 2018. That was the European Year of Culture. We used our cell apps to proceed with a dry visit in order for us to show the people part of our project. I think I'm taking too long, says the speaker. We can come back. You said you went so far as China because of the coverage you managed to get. So yeah, like I said before, says Mrs. Venetti, in the framework of our project, we still have the KACs working. They are run by the municipalities. The tablet application and the tablet dry visit is possible. It's happening in close collaboration with the diving centers on location, and as I said before, based on the extended experience, the effort for underwater antiquities came up with its own proposals on the legal framework of diving tourism, and these proposals were incorporated significantly in a relevant law passed in June 2020. And at the same point in time, the regulation for the operation of underwater museums is being drafted. Thanks to ESPA and SRF for PA funds. Blumen Plus came next. The duration of Blumen Plus was shorter. It was about the capitalization but transferring to new med territories the Blumen multidisciplinary model. So the roadmap and the action plan of BlueMed was capitalized on, and it was transferred to new med receiver territories by supporting knowledge systemization and design making to facilitate territorial uptake and ownership. The budget was about 400,000 euros, and the duration of the project was 13 months. Yes, I know I have to rush. These are the partners, the results, BlueMed Plus results. We definitely have to mention the NSRF. This is the contribution of the Regional Operation Program of Thessaly to the promotion of the visitable underwater archaeological sites. During the implementation of the project, we had 4 million. That's the total budget. First, through the Regional Operation Program of Thessaly 2014-2020, those 4 projects for 4.2 million. Some were carried over to the next programming period, others are evolving, some are being implemented. In all 4 cases, the 4 projects will be happening within the next programming period, 2021-2027, and these 4 projects are pertinent to the cases that were created by the previous project, and now, thanks to the NSRF, the programming agreement, we are going to have permanent facilities, always under the supervision of the effort. So it's a Ministry of Culture, and to that end, we proceeded with drafting a preliminary agreement. It's been signed for a few years now, and so the ministry, the region, and the competent municipalities have co-signed that. Just one last second, says the moderator. Okay, 1 whole minute, 60 seconds therefore. And this is another project information. This is a Horizon project that began on the 1st of January 2023, and it's about creating hubs in Malta, in Bulgaria, and in Greece. I'm talking about the region of Thessaly. I'm talking about Blue Culture Technology Excellence hubs in the EU. We wish to create a model that will be able to be carried over to other places in Europe. This is a map of the partners in this particular project. We are working on this one. It's been a year, and now we are implementing parts of the project, so we are proceeding with the hubs and where they're going to be located, who the stakeholders will be. We are being more clear. We are establishing networks of stakeholders in order to get investors and ensure continuity. That's it, I guess, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Και τώρα περνάμε γρήγορα λοιπόν από τη Θεσσαλία και την περιστάση.
So, moving on, fast from the region of Thessaly to the region of the Peloponnese, we have with us Madam Vasiliki Kostidou. She's an external expert for the region of the Peloponnese, General Director of the Urban Non-for-Profit Society for the Promotion of Research and Development Methodologies. Thank you. You have the floor. Med-Inherit. So Med-Inherit acts in complementarity with the other projects that have already been presented. This is a project which is about sustainable tourism activities and the valorization of the coastal and maritime natural heritage. I will not reiterate myself. We all know that the tourism is a pillar for growth in the Mediterranean area. It was developed taking into account a lot of parameters. However, other aspects have not really been respected, namely the depletion of resources. So indeed, we need a new strategy for the development of tourism. So Inherit was implemented, if you like, in response to this need, and it set the project goals. By that we mean to promote sustainable development in the Mediterranean, to adopt preservation, conservation, and enhancement of the natural heritage in these areas, a whole wide policy strategy and the protection measures, and of course the Med-Inheritura sites identification. So this may sound a bit bizarre when you hear it in the at first in Inheritura. However, we will discuss a lot about that because this is a network, let's say, of sites in order to respond to challenges. And of course, incorporation of all those areas into mechanisms, so to speak, or schemes to be further protected. So this is a large project, 48 initial duration, 52 the final duration. It was I would say severely hit and damaged by the COVID pandemic. It was structured in 4 phases areas, that is research, test, pilot, experiences, and that which was initiated at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and the last phase, which is capitalization. So indeed, we can capitalize on what we have identified during this project. 5,600,000 euros was the budget, 2 Greek partners. The lead partner was the region of the Peloponnese, and the second Greek partner, the University of Patras. The budget for the partners from Greece reached approximately 1 million euros, and overall 15 partners from 10 Med countries. You see the countries on the slide. As an indication, allow me to say that we had 2 regions from Italy, Apulia and Emilia-Romagna, another region from France, from Slovenia, many parks, even from Montenegro, and organizations for the natural heritage preservation and the Mediterranean forest protection, and a valuable contribution from collaborating partners such as the Ministry of Tourism, the Forate of Underwater and Marine Archaeology, and also the Regional Directorate for the Protection of the Environment by Emilia-Romagna, and the University Research Institute from Slovenia. Now, in depth, what was the approach that we adopted in the Inherit project? Based on 3 pillars, as you see: the environmental and cultural heritage protection, the valorization of natural assets, and something very important which has not been really touched upon so far, the bottom-up and participatory approaches for sustainable tourism. So the three pillars serve the objectives of the project by proposing new solutions within the implementation of the project, namely the inheritura areas, as well as the pathways which link those areas, trying to set up a network similar to the Natura 2000 network. And adaptation, that was the other approach. So adaptation in order to improve the existing practices, that is harmonization of tourism and natural heritage protection policies, and mainstreaming of policies as well. One of the key outputs of Inherit was to have the establishment of initially 5 inheritura areas and behaviors, if you like. So those are areas which are to be protected at the level of natural cultural heritage, and also to have their natural, let's say, assets and richness valorized, and also protected via the form of bottom-top participatory approaches and processes. So they were branded and labeled, if you like, as inheritura areas. This involves many Mediterranean countries, and they have archaeological sites, parks, coastal areas that are to be protected as monuments. So in order for those areas to be eligible for the inheritura label, they have to be under the NUTS 3 area category, that is with a coastal line, or at least 50% of the population to live at a distance smaller than 50 kilometers from the beachfront in order to be characterized as the coastal area. And of course have various sites of cultural heritage. So in order for an area to get this inheritura brand and label, they submit a request, and there are some mandatory and optional criteria, 4 categories of awarding criteria: sustainability criteria, so environmental management and protection measures, so there have to be actions and provisions for those measures, verification and promotional activities, governance and strategic plans, education, awareness and training. Those are the 4 sets of criteria that are the mandatory criteria. And of course there are sub-criteria, sub-categories, but I will not stick to that now. And the optional criteria are, for example, the promotion of those areas in order to have a more sustainable approach in their promotion by using, for example, public transportation. Now, upon the completion of the project, we have achieved the establishment of 23 inheritura areas. So the first area has many similarities with the areas that we described in the previous presentation. So this is from the region of the Peloponnese. It is about 5,000 acres area. It is an underwater site and monument. So with the support of the F48, we have had the Pavlo Petri as a pilot inheritura area, and we had underwater signaling put in place. So a tourist, a citizen, by mere let's say swimming equipment, goggles or respirator, they can swim, dive and enjoy this underwater settlement. So, or if therefore it suffices to have a simple, let's say, diving gear in order to enjoy this site. Now, further up to the north, western Greece, we have the UNESCO listed park of Vourakos. So there is a cave, the 13 underwater lakes, a park up in the mountains of various pathways and activities including and involving physical exercise as well as trekking and mountaineering. Some photos from the National Park of Fornati, 217 square kilometers, both land and sea surface, with a considerable surface of sea grass meadows. This is another photo from the Doom Park, which is a natural ecotope with rivers, ancient remnants at the level of the site, as well as hills of sand. Another photo from Emilia-Romagna, from Spain, a park, a sea park with a variety of flora and fauna. On Cyprus, in Larnaca, which is a protected area based on the Europe Community Directive on eco-habitats. So many species of birds living in water environments have their habitat there. So 23 partners overall. You see here on the map the locations of the parks, the lakes. Equally, you can find this information on the website of the project. Now, the committee for the assessment of this Inheritura network also designed and created 7 different pathways connecting those areas. This was a very long journey before we could conclude the selection and the pathways of these proposed pathways. Initially, we had 28 proposals, and we concluded to 5 thematic pathways, so nature and sports, nature and agri-food, nature and history. So let us have the presentation of some of those pathways. The first one has to do with bird watching, both for reasons of tourism and enjoy, as well as for the protection of the species. We have various species of birds, and the tour operators actually are welcomed to opt for those pathways, and those are pathways that connect 5 countries. And in Greece, this is Pavlopetri, the area of Pavlopetri. The other pathway has to do with the beauty of the outdoor activities. 4 Inheritura areas are connected via this pathway. So both outdoor activities as well as in combination with tourism and religious activities. The 4 areas participating in this corridor, if you like, are the following: Parco Maestral in Malta, Pavlopetri in Greece, Porto Pleine Nature Montagne in France, and Emilia-Romagna Toscana in Italy. And another choice for the ones that are more fond of physical exercise, so experience nature 1 footstep at a time. It is the walking, hiking trails, Malta, Portugal, Italy, Spain. So this is mainly about parks with a very rich natural asset, and they are the most, let's say, suitable ones for this walking, hiking trail. The next thematic pathway is dubbed a dive into history. For those who are fond of history and the past, it also involves swimming, diving, and underwater tourism, and of course walking and trekking in selected pathways. Once again, Pavlopetri in Greece participates in that. another corridor, another itinerary for historical tourism. This is a unique experience for tourism because they pay a visit to places that have endured time and the elapse of time. So in Greece, in Croatia, in Slovenia, in Larnaca, Cyprus, in Malta, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Croatia. This is the largest, if you like, the broader rather, of our thematic itineraries under this project. The next thematic itinerary has to do with the discovery of vineyards and the art of living in the Mediterranean areas. So since the Mediterranean basin is very rich in this vine cultivation history and background, we could not but not have such a corridor. So Croatia, Cyprus, Italy, France, and the last itinerary, which is specific to local food and winery, so very characteristic, typical of the Mediterranean basin, which connects areas, and tourists can have a more, let's say, personal experience at the level of wine tasting and food tasting, so a more culinary experience. The Parc du Costiere with ancient vines in Italy, a park in Croatia, a park in France. So in the framework of the Inherit project and approach, in order to have openness within the participating partners, we organized many thematic workshops and seminars for the public entities and all interested parties in order to see how we can have in practice the operational implementation of those protection measures, if you like. Lots of characteristics and information which are at their disposal, and their utilization, this triple helix approach, is also in place because all those tools and information can be put into use beyond this project. Finally, in order to ensure the viability of all the outputs of this Inherit project, and after the completion of the project, we have set up a consultancy service which is called the Inheritura Advisory Service, and this will support with the diffusion of the best practices and the technology by actually transferring the outcomes and the results as they were established and developed. Now, for each partner, there is the Inheritura contact point and an ambassadors. So the contact, the focal points are the point of reference for the third parties. So they come into contact with Inheritura contact point to get the information about the project and eventually use and implement the tools and the material already developed and apply for the Inheritura label. And then the ambassadors share their valuable experience and they guide the third parties in order to complete their journey. Madam Eva Malavropoulou is from the Special Service and the Managing Authority for the Peloponnese, and we also have Canela Carabella, who is the head of the tourism unit in the region, and she's the ambassador. Of course, there is an open call. It is uploaded on the website of the region of the Peloponnese. The end date, or rather the acquisition of the Inheritura label as a procedure is a very simple one. You can apply. There is an e-form to fill in and submit, and the overall process is very simple. Thank you.
I think we're doing well. We are looking at photos. There's live tourism. We are picturing journeys and voyages. So shall we move on? We have heard 3 of the 16 projects, so let's not take 15 minutes each. Let's rush through the next presentations and let's give the floor to the next speaker. This is another strategic project. We are going to discuss the Med Plastic Busters MPAs. Mrs. Thomais Vlachogianni, who's Senior Policy and Program Officer, PhD, Environmental Chemist and Ecotoxicologist from the Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development, is with us. You have the floor, ma'am. Thank you. Let me first and foremost extend my thanks to the organizers of this event for inviting me, and in the next few minutes I'll try to give you a taste of our project. Obviously 10 to 12 minutes wouldn't suffice for us to showcase everything that we've managed to do. This is different compared to the other projects that we found out about so far. We focused with Interreg Med Plastic Busters and PAs on pollution due to plastic. Our objective was to preserve and help natural ecosystems and biodiversity by networking the relevant marine areas. Project duration 48 months, about 5 million was the project budget. It was a strategic project. We had 15 implementing partners, 17 associated partners. The lead partner was ISPRA, which is based in Italy, along with the University of Siena in Italy. And as concerns the Greek partners, there was LKFE and the Ministry for the Environment, the General Secretariat for Water. We have a home in Greece, but we're not a Greek entity, but we were honored to be in charge of 3 out of the 6 pacts. We were focusing on the integrated management of sea waste, marine waste. To begin with, we developed harmonized monitoring techniques to identify the impact and the presence of waste and plastic on the ecosystems. We also had actions and activities focused on identifying burdened areas in order to see what we could possibly do to restore them in the previous condition. Another big part of our activities concerned the pilot best practices with emphasis on prevention of waste. And we also developed capacities and transferred knowledge, because all the beneficiaries, all the interested parties in their individual capacities as professionals, as entities, collective entities, we're all part of the solution to this problem. And all of that was summed up in a joint plan that was communicated to all of the Mediterranean. Our actions and activities were at the interface between actions and policies. I myself am a member of the Marine Strategy Expert Group within the context of the Barcelona Convention, and as a result, or rather what we did, we aimed always at helping the implementation of the Barcelona Convention and the EU Marine Strategy. So you see, by definition, we aim to disseminate and publicize the outcomes towards the Mediterranean. This is the research we looked into and estimated the macro and micro plastic, the pollution of the Mediterranean at the level of the beach, the sea surface, the sea floor, and we wanted to create, or rather to help create knowledge that would cater to the needs of policy making. So we were trying to come up with answers to questions which came from the decision-making centers. And of course, we also aimed at having reliable and comparable data and results. One of the specificities of this project is that we went really deep into the studying of marine litter, assessing the effects, not just the presence thereof. So I'm not going to tire you with scientific jargon, and I don't know if you're actually interested in that, but this was very innovative as regards that particular point in time, and it turns out that today there are many other entities which are starting to embrace this approach of ours in order for us to eventually understand better to what extent marine litter, especially plastic litter, impacts on sea organisms and sea ecosystem, marine ecosystems. These are some of the species, endangered species such as sea turtles, monk seals, cetaceans, invertebrates, vertebrates, commercial species too, I mean. So we studied both endangered and commercial species in order for us to find out whether we humans are actually impacted due to the presence of plastic as well. The plastic busters study areas, there were 4. One was the Tuscan Archipelago, then the National Marine Park of Zakynthos, the Cabrera Archipelago National Maritime Park, and the Pelagos Sanctuary, which is shared by a few countries. I'm not going to dwell on the outcomes, there's not enough time, but I have to say that it was the first time that we managed to come up with a rich, or rather to create a rich exhibition, which indeed reflects the situation, explains the problem in the protected marine areas, makes comparisons between and among other threshold values, scientific data, and at the same point in time, by means of this experience, of this harmonized implementation of certain scientific protocols to conduct the survey and study, we, amongst others, developed an e-learning tool. And so other experts now can take advantage of that to follow similar protocols if they work in the same field, in order for us to make sure that there's harmonized knowledge about the problem. From the diagnosis to mitigation and translating science into actions. What we did in these marine protected areas, and we'd studied some others before, so this was the capitalization previous one. We capitalized on and took advantage of scientific information, and in conjunction with the skills and the capabilities and the capacities, and also the financing means of the management authorities for the marine protected areas, we identified their priorities, and so we drafted a long list of best practices that we harvested from the world over. And then we explained what the role of the implementing authorities could be in order to manage properly the measures. And so eventually we pointed to a number of measures that were implemented at the local level, and then there were operational guidelines drafted. The takeaway message of the whole story is that we are not going to demonize plastic, but we have to use plastic wisely in the framework of a circular economy. I know that there's a lot of talk on it. Quite often this is difficult to implement, or complicated to say the least. We had the piloted and replicated measures that you see. These are the typologies, all of them aimed at us establishing a network of enterprises and businesses that will not be using plastic, non-reusable plastic. All of that happened prior to the relevant legislation being drafted. So we, for instance, set up a USUPs-free network of coastal food and beverage outlets, setting up the Adopt a Beach scheme, establishing a scheme to tackle fisheries and aquaculture litter, promoting sustainable management of mussel farming nets and so on and so forth. These are social solutions as far as I'm concerned. That's how I would describe them. It's just about us making things in a different way. So changing our attitudes, always having in mind our decreasing the production of litter, at least making sure that the environment is not burdened by litter. These are the marine protected areas. We had pilot activities. We also had replication actions undertaken in additional areas that were not partner countries as far as the project was concerned. And all of that experience was systemized in the framework of a publication. On top of that, we took some measures, not all of them, to create an e-learning module and a step-by-step guide. So here you have all my links, and you are free to make use of what works for you. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, we had the interface between practice, politics, and science. All of the protocols that we created was given to the Marine Strategy Expert Group. I omitted to say that this was a strategic project, and it was acknowledged as a priority project by the Union for the Mediterranean. I don't know how many of you know the UFM, the Union for the Mediterranean. It consists of 43 Mediterranean and European countries, and it's based in Spain. So they've given us a label. We had received letters from all the Mediterranean, Euro-Mediterranean environment ministries before we even got the money for this project. And so all of the outcomes and outputs were communicated through the UFM as a best practice, a good practice project. And we are getting other follow-up projects to happen thanks to other financing tools. Many of our outputs at the level of research and also policy were taken advantage of right away in the context of the convention, the Barcelona Convention, and the UNEP, which is based here in Athens. And so they were our associated partner. I'll skip the details. We had policy briefs, policy recommendations, joint action plans. There's a lot of deliverables, were many. This is the policy brief we created, the Plastic Busters and UFM policy brief. So our outputs and outcomes were communicated through them as well. And this was the final event we held at Zabion Megaro here in Athens, and it was an honor to be graced by the presence of the President of the Environmental Committee of the Hellenic Parliament. So she also disseminated the outputs, and these are some takeaways or messages that I wanted to share with you. Meaning that in order for us to turn science into policy and actions, the main challenge of our era, this is the main challenge of our era. So in order to turn science into policy and actions, we need data, the so-called for-purpose data, which just don't need simple data. We need participatory decision-making, feasible and effective solutions, because many solutions, especially tech-oriented solutions, are either too costly or impossible to make happen for countries such as ours. I'm not talking about the rest of the Mediterranean and the south. We also need coordinated actions, methodology, and science-based processes, and I believe that our work, at least for some, came up with respective methodologies for solutions. And last but not least, we need to focus on social innovations for a paradigm shift in the way we produce and consume. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very, very much for your presentations, and then we will quickly move on with two projects. The project thematic presented by Mr. Ioannis Retsas, who is the Director of Co-Funded Programs Enterprise Greece SA. And the next project is dubbed ADRION, presented by Madam Kalitsa Pandazi. So thank you very much, says Mr. Retsas. Allow me to say a couple of words for Enterprise Greece. This is an essay under the umbrella of the Greek administration, and it is the fruit of the merger between two previous bodies, namely Invest in Greece and another one. And the mission and vision is, of course, the openness and the extrovert spirit in favor of Greece as regards services and products. So we participated in Interreg Medio ADRIO under the thematic priorities of thematic tourism. You see the partners of this thematic project, the University of Basilikata. From Greece, apart from us, we had the regional unity of Thesprotia, and also partners from Slovenia, Croatia, and Albania. The overall objective was to promote and valorize thematic tourism, to put it in very simple words. The project duration 36 months, a total budget approximately 1.5 million euros. And for the Greek partners, they were funded by approximately 1/4 of this budget. So in order to promote thematic tourism, we of course tap on the cultural, historical and natural advantages of participating countries and regions. So the main outcomes of this project was the drafting of a joint strategy and subsequently an action plan. And this led to 9 pilot projects, 1 pilot project per partner. In Greece, we opted for the pilot project on audiovisual productions and film production in Greece. Having said this, this project also acted in complementarity with the Thesprotia project as well, because we made an effort to attract human resources, expertise and business activity at the level of film production in Greece, and the Thesprotia regional unity actually contributed at the level of the setting, let's say, for this film production. So we developed a campaign, awareness campaigns, social media, postcards.
Είχαμε στοχευμένα events, φυσικά.
Of course, we organized events, hybrid events, virtual events as well. So this, the design of the whole project was completed before the COVID pandemic, and then due to the pandemic we had to modify our initial planning and adapt to it. And of course I would like to thank the managing authorities, because they supported us in adapting our initial, let's say, plan and programming and timeline. So as I said before, promoting Greece as a film-friendly destination involved the production of podcasts as well as video spots. Actually, within the 10 minutes that I have at my disposal, you will also have the chance to watch a video. Now, 2 targeted events, July 2022, which was held at the Ministry of Digital Governance. Your ministry participated as well as ECOME, which is the competent body for providing incentives in this thematic area. And another thematic event in September 2022 in Thessaloniki, and although it was a local event, so to speak, it attracted international interest. So not only 2 deputy ministers participated, the mayor of Thessaloniki, ECOME, Enterprise Greece, but also distinguished members of the Greek diaspora, film producers, Mr. Stratis Liarelis, who is in charge of the construction of a large studio for film production here in Greece. Another important film director for Smyrni Mou Agapimeni, my beloved Smyrna, Mr. John Kalathatis, a Greek of the diaspora from the Americas, a strategic investor in fast under the fast track process, once again in the sector of film production. So it was not just one event. There was a huge preparatory phase and the follow-up phase afterwards. So we're very proud of this event. Now, why did we opt for the thematic tourism concept? Actually, we had started the debate back in 2017, but the regulatory framework is a very recent one. We actually had the establishment of ECOME, combining the regulatory framework for the NSRF, ESPA, as well as other legislation as well. There are competitive advantages, of course, because Greece is an open-air studio, as we put it. It has the natural beauty, the climate. At the level of cost, Greece is 25 up to 35% more cost-effective than other locations for film and series production. And we provide the incentives for international producers, that is cash rebates up to 40%, tax rebates, and at a level of information and support, there is a national network of film office with an office per region. Because, of course, there are various parameters and administrative and other procedures to be tackled before a film can be produced. So, to conclude, you will watch a video by Joseph Saman. He's the president of the Tanweer Group. He's responsible for the production of various series, especially Netflix series, and he has opted for Greece as the natural, let's say, scenery for his productions. Thank you.
Kalimera, I am Joseph Saman. I am the president of Tanweer Group. Our activity in Greece is 360-degree in the media industry. We have the cinema, the multiplex, the post-production studio, localizing studios. We are also one of the major content provider to the television in the country. But our main activity now and our main focus is content production, film, series, documentary. Our last production was Zmirny, My Love. We are proud to say that with this film, we went to the international market. It went to New York, to Los Angeles, to San Francisco, to London, to Brussels, and it's continuing its journey all over the world. It was always a dream for us to start film and content production in Greece. Greece is an open-air studio. It has a lot to offer. It has the geographical diversity, it has the natural beauty, it can offer the mountains, the sea, the islands. We have 300 days per year sunlight. The Greek people are warm and welcoming people. 60% of the Greek people speak English. People from all over the world are coming now to shoot in Greece. Last summer, we had Disney, we had Amazon, we had Netflix, shooting their film and series here in Greece. In fact, we have one of the best cash rebate system in the world because Greece offers 40% cash rebate below the line, but also for those who have a project above 8 million, they can benefit also from the cash rebate above the line. We have seen a remarkable and impressive change in the film industry in Greece the last 3 years. Greece is 25 to 35% more cost effective for producers comparing to other countries like UK, like United States, and many other European countries. So producing in Greece, it offers a lot of incentive for international producers. There is a big opportunity to invest into the film and content industry in Greece. I really encourage investors to come now and invest in this industry, developing studios, developing post-production facilities, investing in content, investing also in infrastructure. You can benefit from the human factor. Greece has a lot of young, talented people. I believe now is the time to invest in the content and film industry in Greece. You could be one of the pioneers to establish the pillar of this industry and benefit from all what Greece can offer to international producers.
Now, at the level of completion of the project and in form of conclusion, one could say that the thematic results have been very interesting, and not only at the level of our pilot project, but also at the level of the pilot projects of the other partners in our program, even though the thematic priorities were different. However, this was very fruitful for all of us. So, in conclusion, not only the concept, the thematic concept for our pilot project was the most interesting one, it was also very fit for our purpose, that is to attract investments. Ever since 2017, as I said, we are involved in the design and the development of the regulatory framework and the design of incentives to attract such investments. So actually this pilot project was very much fit to our purpose, and it supported us in a way that it promoted a bit further our work. Thank you.
We have another quarter of an hour left. By this time we were supposed to begin the Q&A session, but I can't stop anyone. These projects are very interesting, and let's now have a presentation of ADRION. Ms. Kalitsa Pandasi is the head of European Programs and Cooperations Unit in the region of Central Macedonia. If you stick to the 10 minutes, then we could have a round of very brief questions too, ma'am. Thank you, says Ms. Pandasi. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us to present ADRION, which is one of the two ADRION projects we worked on. We had another two MED projects and other European projects. Today I'm going to solely confine myself to the presentation of ADRION. ADRION started with a basic aspiration. When we joined this project, when we started it, we wanted to make sure that we manage the phenomenon of marginalization, the demise of small villages which are located in very beautiful spots. These are authentic villages. They have lakes, they have rivers, they have mountains, but unfortunately due to the economic paradigm of growth and development and due to social polarization, they are being abandoned by the population. These villages are seen as an important asset for the country. They are an asset that has a significance which is social, cultural and environmental. This is a repository of local micro stories, identities, production, traditions, food-related tradition too. So in our opinion, we have to be more active in the scope of regional strategies and actions to preserve and maintain such heritage. These are photos from some villages. I don't have too many. ADRION is a project that came after the second call. It started along with the COVID pandemic. Our kickoff meeting happened in March 2020 in Bologna, Italy. So our partners encompassed almost every country of the eligible area. Emilia-Romagna, the region, was in charge. That was the lead partner. We work excellent together, but we're very, very fortunate because the Federation of Authentic Villages in Italy that has a lot of experience was also amongst our partners. This is an old and traditional collective venture which encompasses a very big number of villages which they work with. So they were helpful. Authentic villages, the very term was imported into our region because no way would you say that these are cultural heritage villages or traditional or highly touristic villages. It's actually the contrary. We are talking about very small villages that never had an opportunity to promote their own growth and development so far. This is a map of Maybe you see the red spots. These are the villages which were selected in the eligible countries, meaning the countries that were partners in this project. So each country selected their own villages. You see there's a number in Italy, Slovenia, Bosnia, Albania, Serbia, and Greece. We chose 13. We were the country with the biggest number of villages. It was difficult for us to just set apart some out of the 13, and we have so pretty villages, so we decided we have to be fair and include everything. The villages were Όσα, Πετροκέρας, Αυριτάς, Κραγουμένισσα, Παλαιός, Παντελεήμονας, Κίτρος, Αρκοχώρης, Σέλη, Άφαντος, Άφητος, Νικήτη, Emmanuel Papas, and Daphne, all in Central Macedonia. Main actions and activities for the project. First, we drafted a local action plan, which was an integrated roadmap in order to make sure that a process fostering sustainable growth and development would start at the level of the local communities themselves. Second, mild horizontal pilot actions that would count on promoting the model of a hospitable community. Next to the natural beauty of the place, we wanted to make sure that people understood it was about hospitality. And third, along with all our partners, we established a transnational network for authentic villages which aims at preserving the natural and cultural beauty and heritage of these villages. So the local action plan was anchored on the specificities of each and every authentic village. We had something that we really liked, meaning mediators. They were the intermediaries, people who were very close to these villages and who knew the villages very well. They were involved in the project. We wanted to make sure that each would be different for a different village. We didn't manage to have 13, but some were the same for 2 or more villages. They were trained along with the intermediaries from all other countries, partner countries, in order for them to be able to encourage the participation of the endogenous resources of the pilot villages. So we had 6 intermediaries in the context of this project. They were very happy and cheerful to work with us. So then we proceeded with a consultation to draft the local action plan. We had 2 rounds of consultation. Remember, this was happening amidst COVID. Then we made a presentation in the first round of consultations of the ADRION project. We analyzed the way the local action plan would be drafted, the main axes, the main pillars, and then we had a second round of consultation, which involved specific proposals and views and observations and remarks made by the local entities in order to achieve growth and make sure that part of these, at least, if not all of the proposals, would be part of the final action plan. As we speak, we have 13 local action plans for the region of Central Macedonia. The pilot action which was selected by us came from a whole list of pilot actions and activities, which was drafted by the lead partner. So we chose to proceed with the improvement of the cultural landscape of the village in order to make it more appealing and attractive and to make sure it's more open and receptive to society. So the main purpose of this pilot action was to provide a holistic and focused experience to the visitors. And I'm talking about the tourist product now. And that's why we incorporated into those action plans the notion of innovation, meaning we wanted to have an application that possible visitors could use in order to find more information and data about village, in order for them to get alerts about upcoming events, to have access to info, including the legends and the traditions of those authentic villages, in order for technology to be intertwined with what the villages want, that is, more extroversion, more visitors. The villages asked, in addition to action plans and innovation, to have signs. So in collaboration with the 13 villages, we made signs for each and every village. Those signs, one for each village, give an overview of the history plus some ideas, proposals and tips in order for visitors to enjoy themselves. This is a photo from Ossa, the village of Ossa, and here's the sign made for Ossa village. Eventually, we had the transnational network of authentic villages. This is a virtual platform, an internet platform, the objective of which is to collect, document, and disseminate all useful experiences about an integrated spatial improvement and regeneration of those areas, including the sustainability of these villages from an environmental, social, and economic point of view. So a memorandum of cooperation has been signed by all the partners of ADRION, which describes the scope, the role, the model of governance, organizational and economic details, inclusion of new members, and so on. The network which exists could possibly encompass in the future other entities such as cultural associations, NGOs, SMEs, environmentally oriented entities, socioeconomic growth entities. So this is the website. And if you want more info, there's always our social media accounts, including Interreg. And that's it to begin with.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Λοιπόν, έχουμε 7 λεπτά. Θέλετε να κάνουμε κάτι έτσι?
Well, thank you very much. We still have 7 minutes at our disposal, so let's make it more interactive, says the moderator. I would like to have your feedback, let's say, your takeaway feeling. What is it that you loved the most from your project in 1 minute, in 1 minute and a half? So if we were, let's say, to produce a short video, what would you have to say during these videos? So shall I ask you randomly, or is there anybody who would like to? Yes. A volunteer. So 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, according to the time. So the floor to Madam Thomai Vlachogianni. What impressed me at the level of our project is the readiness and the preparedness of the people, because, okay, we had the partners, the budget and everything, but we had so many volunteers who offered their time and their work and their services pro bono. So that was indeed very emotional for us, and this reignites, if you like, our interest and our motivation for the research and for further actions. Thank you. Says the moderator. Impressive. Madam Hamitini? Yes. What I will always remember are the meetings with colleagues, partners, the exchange of views, and the passionate way each one would put forward their arguments, how much they insisted on their mission, and the level of awareness and information on the project. No matter the partner, the universities, the public authorities, the research entities. So it has always been an excellent experience for us to collaborate with these partners, and how important it was to reach constructive results. Now, indeed, that was very spontaneous from my side, says the moderator. The next thematic from Enterprise Greece. Mr. Retsas, both the journey and the destination were equally important, so the process was impressive. This interaction with people from various countries and different bodies and entities. So beyond, let's say, the knowledge or the know-how, you get to know other people's mindsets at the level of Interreg, and that is very useful for us. First of all, in our organization, we had people who worked in the project, and they actually upgraded their experience and their profile. Thank you. Madam Kostidou. And Inherit and Inheritura network and the strategies for sustainable tourism. Yes, this is indeed the network that we would wish to see established after this project. Personally speaking, I accumulate huge experience being a member and also a manager from this project. The Inherit was indeed my personal wager, if you like, and we have discussed this with the managing authority as well, because this project was so much, let's say, suffered so much from the pandemic. Despite all that, the collaboration within the partners was excellent. I would say that we elaborated the family ties and the interest and the motivation on behalf of the people when they heard for the first time that we wanted their feedback and their views. It was very very touching. So initially there were some concerns, perhaps some fear, but then enthusiasm and participation. So tourism is a key chapter, and all of us are interested in preserving it. Thank you. Madam Pandazi now. I would say that more or less that was our experience as well. So this contact and communication with internal users, the co-beneficiary entities. So we worked on this project not as a project for tourism, but as a project for hospitality, because various dimensions were overlooked. So that was a very impressive experience for us. Both myself and the other colleague of ours come from the rural areas in Greece, so it was indeed very valuable for us to go back to our roots, let's say, and see that the many people were involved in that, and the people felt very, let's say, honored to see that the region was there visiting their villages and involved them in this project. Although it was the other way around, we felt honored, deeply honored to be part of this project. So, no alarms. I hear no alarms from the timer. It is as if they had been trained before not to exceed the time anyway. How about you, Madame Venetti? So for me, it was a whole new world. Although I'm an engineer with many years of experience, this project was an experience without precedence for me. So a group of people of different backgrounds and scientific disciplines, archaeologists, biologists, conservators, so many disciplines. And I was impressed so much by their vision, their creativity. And it was a journey that I enjoyed, and I'm very glad because via different European programs, this project is an ongoing one. I was very brief. Yes, perfect. Therefore, to conclude, first of all, we would like to thank you. I would like to say, as the moderator, that we seek for the Driving Transitions Tourism panel representatives. This is going to be a major initiative at the level of our strategic projects, in which the EPLO is a partner. We would be very happy to have you as panelists. So we have discussed so many thematics, sustainable activities, thematic development of tourism, film production, attracting investments, the remote villages and how they can be protected and be part of the play. One thing I would like to say, everything that we have experienced is indeed extraordinary. It is only a wish from our side to have the motivation of all involved parties and stakeholders with the support and the means of the co-funded projects, because at the end of the day, we strive in order to have funds which are not part of our, let's say, regular state budget, to have funds allocated into Greece in order to support such projects upon their inception until their implementation. And why not have them incorporated in the policy making and in our everyday lives? Thank you. That was it. That's the end of the session and of this conference. Thank you.